You know, you probably got clickbaited by the title. Just saying. But we're going to keep it. We're going to keep the title like it is. Get shareable link. We got to let everyone know. Let's see. We're going to paste this in the announcements at everyone. Everyone's going to get all upset about this. I am... Hey, Mr. Moo. What's going to happen? I guess you're going to have to find out. Talking about the My Hero add-on. Give it that emoji with the maximum clickbaiting. Send it. That's at 100+ people. There's more than 100 people. Wait, is it because everyone's offline? Or does it just not? Maybe not everyone's in the announcements channel. Wait a second. Have I been... Is this... Wait, no, everyone can see this channel. Hi, Block5K, how are you? That is the question. Are we cooked or not? We're going to find out in a couple of minutes. It might be clickbait. It's probably clickbait, don't worry. How's everyone doing? I'm doing well, Block 5. Thanks for the expeditiousness, X Ricky. I appreciate it. You hope this is clickbait. I hope it's clickbait too, but we're gonna find out here. How do I tell in Discord if everyone's can see this message? I feel like they should be able to. I'm doing good. I'll tell you all what it is. We just need a couple more minutes, okay? Just a couple more minutes. Here, I'll build something for you. I will build a statue of Deku with some green wool. Boom. It's Deku right here. Oh, you guys want All Might too? Here you go. I got you. Wait, he's got the All Might. There we go. Oh, wait. Watch this. Boom. All Might. And then we give him his face, and then we give him his haircut. Wow. All Might and Deku. You're just busy, Mr. Moo. Yeah, I know. Everyone's busy. Are we season prepared? Everyone? At everyone. Yeah, I at everyone. You know, this is off topic, but the code isn't working for the items. Well, did you try watching the video slowly? Slow enough. Congratulations on still existing. Thank you. I appreciate it. You're the... Yes, I do remember you. That's why your name is familiar. I'd say it's what I'm wearing now, but it's not. I'm in a development environment. Okay, I think that's enough. All right, I will tell you. Is the title clickbait? Are we cooked? The answer is... Are you ready for this? Hold on, let me make sure I'm actually still streaming and not just talking to myself. Also make sure that this is on the correct... The answer is... It was clickbait. I'm sorry. I clickbaited you. Play the soundboard. Play the boom sound effect. The vineboom.png. The My Hero mod is not dead. However, there are going to be a few changes to it. As you may know, I am not very fast at developing. I have just too much stuff to do. And I get distracted. So that's going to cause a little bit of change in what the final product of this mod is going to be. Now, does that mean I'm going to stop making things? No, I'm not. I'm going to be working on this. And there's three kind of, I say three. I don't actually know how many major changes, but let me just get out a sign here so I can remember. We'll put them on. Wait, this isn't Deku's hair. He's got to have a little bit of. There we go. Deku went all might. So the first change. Now this is going to be a big change. All right. Actually, no. Yeah. Okay. The first change. You may notice something looks a little different about this Minecraft instance. Something's a little different. Why is the Palladium thing up here? Well, if we zoom in to this display capture, hopefully it doesn't screw this up. Hold on. Zooming in. Zooming in. All right, do you see that right there? Do you see that? We are in 1.21.11. That is going to be the first major change. Not the ad as soon as the big stuff started getting talked about. Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to turn off monetization, and then I forgot. He totally forgot to get them. No. I actually forgot. Hold on. Let me see if I can turn it off real quick. I don't think I can, actually. No, I can't. Of course it's grayed out. Okay, whatever. Let me fix the screen because it's probably atrocious. Wait. Display capture. So it's going to a bad version of Minecraft. No, hear me out, okay? Hear me out. So the reason I'm switching it to 1.21.11 is because Palladium is eventually moving to this same Minecraft version. It's in the process of being worked on. So, it's 1.20 Palladium. So moving to 1.21.11. 1.20 Palladium is still being worked on and still doing things. But the reason I want to move it to 1.21.11 is because I want this to be available hopefully as soon as it's like available to the public. Yes, it is on NeoForge, which is way better than Forge, by the way. But yeah, so I'm moving it. Now, there's a second change that comes with this. I don't want it to, or because it's in the newer version, that does require some rewriting of some of the things. And so there's a few systems that I want to kind of overhaul a little bit and change. The main thing that I kind of want to do is make just this mod more modular in general. And what this means is I want to kind of separate the stuff. Right now, my quirk library is a little entwined with how Palladium works. And it's a little too entwined. So that's going to make it difficult to move from 1.20 to 1.21. Part of the 1.21 move, I want to kind of make it more modular, meaning I can easily switch between 1.21 back to 1.20, if that makes sense. Because I know there's a lot of your favorite mods are on 1.20. Okay, a lot of add-ons are. But that it's just stuff has got to move forward at some point. So I'm going to just do it now. This also allows me to learn Palladium 1.21 because there are a few changes, and will allow me to make videos for it, similar to the 1.20 videos, which I know I haven't finished the 1.20 videos. There's just so much to do. So yeah, we're going to be moving to 1.21. We're going to making it a little more modular. The other change is I want to narrow the scope a little bit of the add-on. Because right now, as you know, I make a bunch of cool abilities, and I make the quirks for them. Yeah, Palladium's not out on 1.20. It's not fully released on 1.21, but it's, yeah, they're working on it. They're trying to get it out. I don't have any dates or anything. I'm not privy to that information, but I just know it's eventually coming out. No more one for all, guys. Well, hang on there. So the next change as part of this move is I'm going to focus on the quirk library, or yeah, the quirk library part of everything. What I mean by this is I'm not going to do as many quirks right away as I initially was doing with the 1.20 version. So I would make a bunch of cool abilities, and then I would turn those into quirks. So with this version, I want to mainly have it focus on having all of the systems in place and basically all of the abilities and make them as easy as possible for you all to use. Because if we're being honest, I'm a little slow making quirks. I like my quirks that I make. I think they're cool. I think some other people, at least 2 people, think they're cool. But I am very slow. So by trying to focus on making this all accessible to everyone else, it will allow people to make their own quirks using all of my systems. So the stamina system, the leveling up system, all of that stuff is going to be easy for you to use. But the actual quirks themselves, you can just make using all of the abilities that I create. So it's going to kind of morph into an actual, well, it already is a library, but it's going to really focus on a library instead of trying to do everything all at once. This will include some changes to exactly Alien Evil for MHA. That's exactly what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to give, essentially, I'm slow, so give you guys the ability to fix everything. So that should be pretty cool. And especially in 1.21, there's not going to be too many add-ons out there. And so having a library like this with a bunch of cool abilities that you can use related to quirks and stuff is going to be more. I lost my train of thought. It's going to be easier for you. The second change is I kind of want to rework some of the systems, including the stamina system. I think there's a few small changes I want to make to it because I'm not 100% happy with the way that stamina works. Specifically, I want to add in more systems like training instead of just, using the abilities. So like exercise equipment, stuff like that you can use to upgrade your stamina and stuff. There's also going to be the introduction of a new temp system. This is something that I was actually kind of working with in the old library, in the 1.20 version. But adding in a temperature system just for tracking different temperature-related abilities like fire and ice. The genetic experimentation system. This is going to get a little more. I wasn't liking the way that it was going. So before I had, if you've seen a couple of the other streams you saw, there was a couple of blocks, and the idea behind it is you're doing some experiments on mobs, and you're trying to figure out, or you're trying to essentially combine genes together in order to make a new power. And that's how quirks are going to be, or the main way that quirks are going to be given. And I need to make sure that that system is like perfect, because I want you to be able to add your own genes and your own powers and combinations and stuff. And where it was before, it was a little confusing, and it also just wasn't that fun to play. So I'm thinking of ways to reinvent it. You can see I'm actually trying to do a little bit of experimentation with things. Yeah, but like stuff like Quirk Singularity, where the compounding of a whole bunch of other specific quirks and powers eventually just does some crazy things. I want to try to add that stuff in. Compatibility with Tough as Nails. I don't think Tough as Nails is in 1.21, but it's more of like internal temperatures and external temperatures for powers. So like if you're using a cold power, then the colder you are, the better your power is. If someone with a fire power comes up and starts heating you up, then your cold power weakens. Stuff like that. But yeah, I want to be able to focus on the core systems here as a recap. The core systems and make sure they're all perfect so that I can then just open up to everyone else. You can finish the quirks until I eventually get them done. And again, the whole reason for this is to try to get the library to be at a point where people can just use it, similar to Alien Evo, where it will have some quirks in it, and eventually it'll have a bunch of cool quirks. But in the meantime, people can create add-ons to do their own stuff. If they bring Tough as Nails as to 1.21, it would be super dope to have the heat system effect that... I mean, it's potential I could do that. It's definitely a chance I can do that if that mod comes out. But then it would have to be a toggle thing because I feel like everyone would get annoyed. Like how Cyber Psycho is in Cyberpunk. I haven't played Cyberpunk, but an overloading system would be kind of cool. But yeah, so the problem is I was trying to spend too much time on all of these things. I'm trying to focus it is what we're really doing. So yeah, the stamina system's going to get worked. The temperature system's going to get worked or finished. I have drafts of it. The next thing that I'm going to be working on, or one of the other thing, is the documentation. So the documentation is going to be really good for my mod. It's not only going to document all of these systems and how to use them all, but also all of the abilities that I will be adding so you can easily use them. And I have plans for different abilities that would be kind of useful. Like, for example, what could be an example? Like the decay ability that I had before where it just systematically destroys blocks from where you're looking. Like, I want to generalize that more, so that you can use it with you can customize it yourself and use it with your own quirks. So like if you wanted I'm trying to think of other variations that you could do. I don't actually know. But basically all of the quirks now I have them specific, or all of the abilities I have them specific to the power. So let me actually pull up the 1.20 version here. Forgive the fact that you can't see it. Control plus to zoom in. Control shift plus. Nope. I think it's in preferences, settings, zoom appearance. There we go. Let's make this 150% so you can read it. Ew. That does not look good. Anyway, inside of my Java folder here, I have... Where did they all go? Wait. Is this not the right branch? Where's all my stuff? All of the files. Oh, because I'm in the common folder. This is another thing. I hate that this 1.20 version is Forge and Fabric. I hate that. The next one's not going to be. Okay, here we go. Here's the abilities. And I'll read your chats in a second. But you can see the abilities are kind of specific to stuff. Like, Twin Impact is specifically called Twin Impact. Larceny is called Larceny. You know, what are some of the ones? All the Power Stock ones are in here. Ooh, Frost ones, unreleased. Decay is just called Rot. And so I just want to make these so that instead of specific to the quirk, they're more generic. So I can still use them to make the cool quirk, but you guys can also use them for other things and in different ways. Black Whip is a good example. There's a whole bunch of Black Whip type abilities. I want to make these individualized a little bit so that, for example, you could use Black Whip in any of your quirks. You could change the color of it. You could use the movement of it, of zipping around, that sort of stuff. I want everyone to be able to do that. So that's one of the changes that I'm going to go through and make. So I'm going to be more thoughtful, I guess, with the abilities that I create instead of just spamming them out. Let me read some of the chats because I wasn't paying attention. What about nomus and stuff like that? So the nomus I do plan on adding. I'm not 100% sure how I'm going to do them, but I do want to kind of include that in the genetic experimentation in some way. Will I drop any of the video? Will I drop any videos of the Palladium tutorials? If you're talking about the 1.20, I might make a couple more. I haven't decided yet. Like Midas touch instead of destruction. Yeah, like so abilities where it's just more generic. So you could, instead of destroying blocks, maybe one that just replaces all nearby blocks. I actually have an ability like that that's called Icy Touch, I think it is. Yeah, it's this Icy Touch. This one changes all blocks from the one that you're looking at into ice. So like regenerating that one into more of a like a block spread ability or something like that, so that you can use, instead of ice, you can put in any block and you can put in any distance, all that stuff. You ate all my code. Exactly. That's where it went. Well, I already answered that. So overall generalization to give us the tools to create power sets using the mod. Yes. Trying to generalize everything so that when I don't end up putting out quirks as often as I want, you guys can fill in the gaps. And I'll also put in a space too on like the Discord. I feel like I need to also change up the Discord and what, because there's too many different things in it. But yeah, having it so there's a place that people can put their add-ons, maybe even submit them to be added into the real mod. That would be kind of cool. Like if you do a really good, like if someone does a really great frog quirk, like I could put that into the mod if that's good. When are you releasing this version for 1.21? You're talking about that lets us add our own quirks. So it's not going to be released until Palladium 1.21 is released, but I know Palladium 1. I don't know the 100% the status of it. I know it's pretty close. If I'm correct, I'm pretty sure it's correct. But it's at a state where you can start making things now, but you can't obviously download it on CurseForge. So my plan is once it's out, I want to just kind of have this quirk library out and ready to use, and instead of waiting till everything is completely finished, the only things that I'm going to care about being finished are these systems here: the stamina, the temperature, the genetic experimentation, all that stuff. Make sure these systems are good. The abilities themselves, I can always just add more. Just like how Palladium will add more abilities every update, I want to just get this out so you can start using it, and then just over time add more abilities, give you more power to do all sorts of stuff. So this release schedule is going to move up a lot faster than the other library, where I was waiting till I was like doing 10 quirks and all that. Someone asked, am I going to be working on 1.20.1 at all? I do plan eventually. This is going to be down the line. I want to generalize this enough so I can take it from 1.21 and move it back to 1.20, because I know there's a lot of stuff in 1.20 that's good and that everyone loves, so it would be cool to have it in 1.20. So I'm going to keep that in mind as I do the 1.21 version. And hopefully I should be able to move back with relative ease. But like I said, it's going to be after this one is released on CurseForge and Modrinth. Well, the current quirks need to be recoded. So the current quirks that I have, if we take a look, scroll down. And that's another thing too. way that the 1.20 version worked is I had the library, but then I had the separate quirks, which was just an add-on. So essentially two mods that you would need to download. I don't know if I want to do that anymore. I think I just want one and then just stick everything in it, just like Alien Evo does. I haven't decided yet, but the quirks do need to get recoded a little bit in that some of the names for stuff will change. Like some of these ability names will change. They'll still do the same thing, but they'll change, so I'll need to redo that. But also Palladium's power JSON files are designed a little bit differently than the current. So here's an actual power file that we can take a look at. This is the new Palladium power file documentation. This is implementation. It is work in progress, so it could change because again, Palladium 1.21 is not finished yet. But let's look at the differences together real quick. So let me actually pull up one of these. We'll just look at the this frost.json, which is what I was using. So if we look here, can I pull this out? I can. So here's two files. Immediately you can see this one's a little more condensed on this side. Yeah, this stream is just going to be a VOD on my channel, so you can come back and watch whenever you want. All right, so this is the new Palladium. And actually, can I pull this out too? Please. There we go. Put this on this half and then grab this half. Okay. And okay, just checking that I didn't leak my stream key. I did not. Lucky me. Okay, so the new 1.21 version, you can see it doesn't have background yet. That's fine. We only have name, icon, and GUI display type. So that's kind of similar here. Persistent data thing we don't really care about. The abilities are organized a little bit differently. You can see that it's still split up into abilities. So we have like ability 1, ability 2. But it's organized slightly differently. So this one, the ability was listed, and then you just listed every single property that the ability has, including the conditions down here, which you would then do like your enabling conditions, your unlocking conditions, etc. Now, New Palladium segments it, and so it has a properties property, and it has a state property. Inside of the properties is where you put in all of the stuff that you would normally have in here. So stuff like the icon, any of the powers, like configuration values. That's what I'm looking for. Those are all going to go inside this properties section. Then for the conditions, it's now changed to state. And inside of here, you put in the enabling conditions, the unlocking conditions, etc. So you can see I can't go from 1.21 or 1.20 to 1.21 instantly. Like it's not a drag and drop. There is a little bit of a change. I will most likely make a tool that kind of just updates this. Yeah, exactly, a properties property. So it's not one-to-one, but it's close enough. And then these changes I think were made with the sake of, I don't know if it optimizes anything or if it's more just a readability. I guess that's up to everyone else to kind of decide too which side they prefer. It does make it explaining it a little easier because it makes more sense to segment properties into something called properties and then having your state be inside of the actual state property. But so many properties, it sounds like we're playing Monopoly. Yes. Well, that's just how it works. So that is the, let's see, did I forget anything? What did you miss? Let me do a recap for those who just joined. Basically, I'm quitting modding. No. I'm moving the quirk library to, yes. So we're moving the quirk library to 1.21.11, which is going to be the new version of Palladium. It's going to be more focused on creating abilities that are more generalized and generic. Quit and join you in Tightail. Maybe. Maybe I could just... Wait. Who wants me to move all of my powers and quirks to Hightail? See? That's way better. But yeah, we're trying to just make it focus specifically on the quirk library part. Not so much the quirks themselves. I will be adding quirks, but it's gonna be mostly a lot of people doing add-ons for it themselves, using all of the stuff that I've made. That, and we're gonna be doing real documentation instead of jank documentation. 200 years for the Hightail version. Yeah. Like, I wish I could work on this in like as fast as possible, but I just can't focus on one project for more than 5 minutes before switching to another one. So we're gonna hope that this downsizing is going to help out, and it should get you guys the quirk library faster. Because am I one of the devs of Palladium? No, I'm not. You're a bit lost. It's not. I mean, it's just on GitHub. Their Palladium versions, so it's not really a secret. So all I'm doing is just loading a preview version. Clipped a part of the stream for a bit. Let me guess. That's the part where I said I'm quitting modding. If you know Java, how much do you need to learn to be able to make mods? If you know Java, then I mean, you don't really... You just need to learn the Minecraft syntax. It's not too bad. It's kind of bad, but you just got to practice. To make add-ons for this, it's going to be really easy, because I'm going to make it as easy as just doing JSON files. And then, like I said, I will do a tutorial for the 1.21 Palladium. Okay, does anyone have any questions about anything? I'll let you ask them. Otherwise, I'm going to start... I'll either start some of the documentation to try to outline these systems while I have opinions, or I'm going to show how to do the ability stuff, like adding in abilities. We getting sneaks ever? I'm going to... I don't know about the sneaks. The problem with the sneaks is I do them, and then people get excited, but then my ADHD says, oh, maybe let's work on something else, and then I feel bad. So we'll see. The previous added quirks are going to still be available in this. But it's going to be like an incremental release, I think. It's not going to be instantly, and I'm not going to sit and like not release this mod if they aren't finished, if that makes sense. Sneaks are definitely a curse. If you want, here, I'll give you, while people are still asking questions, I'll show you what I was working on with the last quirk that I was sneaking. What's the... Are the new added stuff going to be the same quality? Yeah, everything's going to be the same quality. I'm not going to downgrade anything. It's all going to be cool, and it's all going to be good. It's just that the systems in this one, in the new version, are going to be more thought out, or more well thought out. The temperature system is a system I started working on in the 1.20 version. It's just a way to have temperature-related quirks do more or less power, or have more or have less power. So, for example, a frost quirk, it would make sense that the colder you are, the colder you get, the more potent the ice that you create is. Okay, ignore the fact that... Why is this not showing? Display capture. Hello, Minecraft game? Oh, there we go. It's being weird. Let's see. Not add server. So let me go into this one here. I'll show you that quirk. What? That's crazy. Didn't know Palladium was open source. Yep, they have a GitHub. I mean, it's similar enough, but the problem is you're going to be going from Forge to NeoForge, which isn't a one-to-one. And NeoForge also changed their formatting on some of the stuff, specifically in 1.21.11, so it's kind of annoying. But I would say you can practice learning now. Am I working on another mod, hence the change to my Palladium? Yeah, I'm doing a bunch of stuff all the time. Like, if you saw some of the other videos where I was making the challenge video mods, I'm making a mod for a friend. I'm making other mods for a video series, so I'm doing a lot of stuff. And a lot of them are in the latest version of Minecraft and NeoForge, so I kind of wanted to do that. Do I have plans to add gear shift? Or is that related to add-ons the players will be adding post-release? I mean, it's most likely going to happen that someone's going to add gear shift before me. If it's good enough, then I would like get their permission and then, you know, maybe add it to the real thing. Otherwise, I will eventually be doing the quirks myself, most of the quirks. So I don't expect, or you can expect to see the quirk eventually in my mod. It's just that if I don't do it, there's a chance that someone else will, you know? What is NeoForge for? It is a fork of Forge that's not run by... I don't remember the drama. There was some drama about Forge. But it's basically just Forge, but slightly better. You can always rewind. I don't even know what I was answering. Is there a playable version, or is it just being worked on? For the 1.21, not yet, but I'm going to try to get a playable version out. I'm also going to release the not release, but get it to the Black Whip part to the members who have been waiting for it. I'm going to try to do that. You have another idea suggestion question about the community add-on quirks. Go for it, Mr. Moo. Are there any quirks that you won't do? I mean, I probably won't do the dumb ones. But who knows? Maybe I will. Maybe because if I do a couple of short dumb ones, then I feel more like more progress was made. Okay, I'll wait for him to ask his question, but here's the template that I had for the Frost quirk. Oh, here we go. Fisk Heroes has a marketplace where you can download the hero packs that have been submitted for review as basically been reviewed as quality packs. You could try something like that instead. That would actually be pretty cool to do. I don't know how they do it, if they do it with, like, they host their own server to do the marketplace, or if they just get it off of CurseForge. But that would actually be really cool. I would be down to do that. Because then it would make sure that the ones associated with my mod are actually good. Like, I would have to review them. I actually like that ability, Mr. Moo. That feature. Even though it is stolen from Fisk's. Good idea. I'll do it. Yeah, I've used it before, now that I think about it. It would make it a lot easier to do. Yep, terms to follow. No Jenny mod allowed. After you make lots of abilities, you should do quirk making contests. See, that once I have this out, I want to do stuff like that. That would be so fun. And then again, if we get the good ones, then we just associate them with the library in that marketplace. And we say marketplace, but it's all free. We're not charging. We're not essential. Anyway, let's talk about this power real quick, just because you want some new content. It's been weird, or it's been a while since I've done this. So I think the first ability is the snow beam. And so this, you just hold it and you shoot out snow. And it does some stuff like this. You can see my temperature is decreasing as I do this. This is just a prototype for the temperature. The idea was that as you get colder, the snow piles up more and that it maybe turns into ice. I don't think I did it with this icy beam. So, yeah. So it's kind of a false advertising. I also have the ability to make snowballs. You press this button and it makes some snow. And these snowballs are called pack snowballs, so they actually do a little more damage. Because I wanted they actually do lots of knockback, I mean, not damage. Because I wanted to, I mean, snowballs are just a fun thing to have. But I made the ability to make icy pack snowballs. So if you put this in your hand and then do this, it should be making, oops. Is it ice or is it shift? Okay, it's not. What ice is it? I don't remember. Is it blue ice? Packed ice. I have no idea. Let's just guess. This one? Pack snowball? Nope. Is it this one? It's been a while since I've been working on this. Nope. Oh, no, it's not ice. It's cobblestone. Pretty sure it's cobblestone. Yeah, there we go. You can now put a piece of cobblestone in one of the snowballs. And then when you do that, it's like throwing a rock at someone. And so it does more damage. So it does way more damage than, do I have the dummy here? No. Probably can hit myself with it. Hello. Oh, can't hit myself with a snowball. Anyway, the third ability was a snow wall. The idea being you hold it and it does this and then it places. So it's like it pre-fires not pre-fires, it marks where the wall is going to go so you can kind of aim it a little bit. It is powdered snow, so you can technically use it on mobs. Slimes are a little big, and because it's powdered snow, it takes a while for them to actually start taking damage. But we should see, there we go, he's freezing. Brr. The other one is called Whiteout. You hold it. It's like a snow storm ability. Everything that gets close to it is just kind of frozen or gets colder. The idea is their temperature drops and eventually I think they get chilled. I wasn't 100% happy with some of these. These were all just experiments. And then we have Ice Touch, which I kind of talked about before. Icy Touch, you look at a block and you just hold it. And it should be turning... Oh, sorry, you toggle it and then you right-click, left-click, and it actually turns the stuff you touch into ice temporarily. And I say temporarily, it might not be. I don't remember. I will add overcooling and overheating. But yeah, so I can come over here. I can turn this village house into ice. I just thought it was kind of... I like the idea of just moving things. Or, like, changing things and spreading the ice. So I thought that was kind of cool. You can see it'll eventually turn into... or turn back to whatever the block was beforehand. So it's not permanent. It's more of a thing. And then we can do... Let's do set the quirk factor. Let's set our quirk factor to 50. So this affects the snow wall. So if we let go of this, you can see it goes on for a lot longer. It'll go on for a lot longer, and you can stand in front of it too. So if I, for example, did like this and tried to get ahead of it, it looks kind of cool. When you look over like, oh no, I'm going to get snowed in. Ah! It went through the door. I didn't know it could do that. Or maybe I did. It's been a while since I've done this. Uh-oh. I turned it into ice. Uh-oh. I had a quirk factor of 50 when I turned it into ice. The whole house. You can see the ice is spreading because my quirk factor is kind of high. There we go. See, it would just be kind of fun to just freeze whole buildings and stuff. And it's not permanent. So, you don't have to worry about it. But imagine I made this ability generic and I could just, you know, you could turn someone's house into diamonds if you wanted. But yeah, those are just some prototype stuff that I was doing with the frost. So, Is the add-on cooked? No, it is not. It is going to be reborn. What happens if you mine a block while it's frozen? It just disappears. It's just gone forever. Will you eventually be able to do the heaven-piercing ice wall? Yes, I will do that. Will the ice and when fire is added on the same person, will ice and fire have interactions? Yes, they will. So I want to revamp the stamina bar down here, and I want to have it cognizant of the temperatures as well as a few other things for the quirks. So when it comes to temperature, if you have a frost and you have a fire quirk, I want those two to balance out your temperature. So you'll see the temperature gauge moving around based on using them. So you can't just use fire forever. You can't just use ice forever. You gotta cool them down. New obsidian mining strategy, except you don't get the block. So it's not really mining. How would I do super speed? Like heightened perception if included for quirks like overclock, the basic acceleration quirk. I don't 100% know. I do know that it wouldn't just be fake. You know, it wouldn't be it wouldn't be lame. I'm going to try to do I'm going to experiment with a couple of different things. Because I do like the idea of running so fast that things just slow down around you, but that's just not practical in a multiplayer or mostly multiplayer sense. Because if you're freezing everyone on the server every time you run, then it's not great. Like maybe I could do, yeah. I'm going to be doing some experimenting with it to figure it out. I can't tell you what it is now, but I won't release things unless they're actually good. That being said, I will probably release abilities that speedsters would use in case people would want to use them. Like speed, like a scaling speed that scales based off of your quirk factor or stuff like that. Is there a way to slow things in an area with the tick speed mod? No, it does. I mean, the tick speed attribute slider, and that's something that's updated in the new Minecraft 1.21. We have access to things like tick speed changes, and that makes stuff go faster and slower, but that's all global. I'm sure there's probably a way to do it locally, but we'll see. So adding time control would be kind of cool. Can we see max quirk factor, max energy, power stock at full charge? No. Because max quirk factor and max power energy or stockpiled energy are the same thing. You should give the frost quirk a toggleable frost walker-like ability. Yep. That's planned. Or that is going to be planned. He just had a sad face. I don't know what that means. Oh, you said love. Thank you for liking my videos. Make sure you hit the like button too. Copy Minecraft's code? You don't even have to copy it. You can just give them the effect of the enchant. Would you have it so that you can choose what speed to move at or have it accelerate to max over time? It would probably be one sec. Sorry, lost train of thought. What was I saying? Max, would you have it so that you can choose what speed to move at? Oh, yeah. Probably you can choose what speed. I mean, I can do both. It doesn't really matter. Will there be a bar for temperature? Yes. It will go in the same place. I'm going to redesign the stamina bar because, one, I don't like the way it looks, even though everyone says it's fine. But it's going to have more information in it, like temperature, other stuff related to quirks, and I want to be able to add things to it. So kind of like how the energy bars in Palladium, you can add to the sidebar here I want to change that so that it adds to my stamina thing. You'll just leave. You don't have to leave, Nacho Cheese. Since limbs can be lost in this mod, will there be cybernetics? Yes, there will be. You have to have the Jenny mod. Okay. How would you give someone your DNA to transfer one for all? It's the way that it worked in the old one is you just have a hair. You rip your hair out, and then they have to eat the hair. If they don't eat the hair, nothing happens. But if they do, it starts a timer, and then that timer just drops down to 0. And once it becomes 0, you get all of their powers. But that's going to probably change too. Can you transfer it via a punch or a forced transfer? Well, I mean, probably eventually. Because I guess it has to be. But was it forced though? Because he technically made contact with the DNA. Who knows? You should try Alien Evo and some add-ons. Accelerate could give you ideas on how to do a speed quirk or at least groundwork. I mean, I've played with them, but I feel like all the speed ones are kind of the same. Just running fast. Like, I could slow things around the players. It's just that it's annoying on multiplayer. Because imagine trying to fight a speedster and they're just moving in slow motion, and you have to move in slow motion. It's just kind of lame. But slow motion would be that one guy's quirk where he makes the slow field around himself. That would actually be cool. Can you try redesigning it? I mean, I'm not going to stop you, but there's no promise that I'm going to use it. You can do whatever you want. Can cybernetics have upgrades that allow people to use quirks and otherwise would be lost? Yeah, I plan on doing that. Spoilers, Moth God. Put a dash S on it. But yeah, I haven't thought about too much. That'll be one of those quirks that it's just kind of easy to do. Stream delay. It's not stream delay. I'm just slow at reading the chat. And I'm going up slowly. We still have a model for Julio, I think is his name. Mr. Moo made a really good one. Yeah, I know it ended, but some people are just slow at watching. Maybe they're still on season 2. Okay, you guys can keep asking questions. I'm going to attempt to figure out how the new Palladium adds in custom abilities. In the previous version of it, I had to create an ability register class like this. And all it was a deferred register that attached to the abilities of Palladium and a bunch of registry suppliers for every single ability. And then I just registered them with whatever the ability is. And then I think I used this in the main class, probably. Yep. I just called .register. I'm hoping it's the same way. See you later. I am just here to vibe. Time to stop existing. How's the development for the gnomons going? No comment. I need to figure out the genetic system too. I need to really plan out how that's going to work because I've been doing some experimenting with it, and sneak peek, I don't know if this is even going to be changed, but I thought of doing something similar to this for gene experiments where basically you're going to build essentially little supercomputer multi-blocks. And the idea behind these is that they would run simulations on the samples that you've collected. And then based on those simulations, it would generate new genes and power combinations. So the idea would be like you access the computer like this and you say, okay, here's all of the connected machines that I have to the computer. Like maybe I have a combiner. Maybe I have a stabilizer. And so, okay, here's all of the genes that I have access to, like in a chest or something, in a refrigerator. So let's say I wanted to take this regen gene and I wanted to maybe combine it with the speed gene. I wanted to do some simulations of that. So I like do something like this where I put them in to the combiner and then we say, okay, once we combine those, let's maybe stick it into a stabilizer. And then maybe this simulation here has like a 45% chance to succeed. So the idea is you just keep feeding it these things, these two guys, and eventually it does something. I don't know. I don't know how 100% how this is going to work, or even if this is the way it's going to work. I need to really sit and plan it out, but I got a little too carried away with this node thing and having fun. What quirk am I most excited to add? None of them. How would I do overclock? I don't know. It's probably a speed shifting quirk, but it's also a speed shifting quirk, but also like a boost of metabolism and stuff. I don't know. That's too many questions. But yeah, nodes, they look ugly because I did them myself, but customs. Working on a random custom skill tree concept with nodes recently. That's another thing I actually forgot to put on my sign. Boop. Custom ability order. I want to find a way to do this. This is not something that you can actually do. Normally, what you have to do is, if we look at one of the existing ones, like larceny. Larceny is a bad one. How about frost? In normal Palladium, you have to list or tell Palladium which slot it's going to be in with this list index. So list index of 0 is the first slot, 1 is the second slot, 2 is the third slot, etc. And that puts it in the slot bar up here. I want to add in a system where you can change the slots that the abilities work in. I don't know if that's going to be possible, but I'm going to try it anyway, because my thinking is if you're doing a lot of gene experimenting on yourself and it comes to the point where you have like 5 quirks all at the same time, scrolling through the menus one at a time is so not the best way to do it. Because I gotta scroll 5 pages over here to get to this. I gotta scroll back 4 pages to get to this. And that's kind of lame. So I wanted to come up with a menu, maybe something in here, where we can actually define which ability goes in what slot after the fact. So they would be defined here, but you can still just go back and essentially make shortcuts and design your own ability bar. Nexo is working on a custom ability order thing. Well, I didn't know that, so it's not considered copying. Take that. But I'd be interested to see if his works. I think he does everything in JavaScript, though, which is way more annoying. That's one thing Blaze doesn't like either in Alien Evolution for the Alien playlists. Yeah, the fact that there's just so many. Yep. Damn. Boy without a uke, you don't have to be sending anything, but thanks for the membership, the gift membership, I guess, to Crazy Turtle. He had to enter with the donation. It's against everything he knows to enter silently. All right, let's go ahead and look at this. You're fine. I appreciate it. All right, so inside of Java, let's make a new folder called Abilities. And again, I don't have any idea how this is going to work. Ability register. Also, Neoforge is a little different with their registers and stuff. So we'll see if this works. What we can do is, I think if we just go to double shift, look for abilities. Actually, it's probably, is it this one? Is that in mine? Oh yeah, here we go. Abilities. Nope, that's not it. We're looking for a register. And what is this in? Oh, this is in player? How would you do a clashing mechanic for physical attacks? Like all for one versus OFA. I don't know. Maybe some sort of minigame thing. Because I want to add in a little bit of quick time minigames and stuff like that. That would be kind of cool if making them generic. Can you read my message? How am I going to do stars and stripes? I don't 100% know, but it's going to be more creative than just pressing a button. I'm going to try to do that. Because just pressing the button is kind of lame. And only having a set amount of things you can do. So maybe some sort of... yeah, I don't 100% know. I can't tell you. I cannot tell you. This is in the data folder. We need net. So we're looking at Palladium's code. We're going to see how they do the abilities. And it's probably in registry. Palladium registries. Ability serializer, ability unlocking. It might be ability serializer here. I don't know. We're going to find out. We just have to figure out where he defines all of the abilities. Palladium blocks, Palladium items, Palladium attachments, ability serializers dot abilities dot register. Unfortunately, I think it's going to be in here. Ooh, this is a little uglier than than normal Palladium or normal Forge, but that's okay. That's okay. We will suck it up. So basically, we're just going to copy this and see what it does. Public static final deferred register. Deferred registers are just how to explain them. You can think of them as a storage for all of the things of that type. So for example, you could have a deferred register for blocks. All of the Minecraft blocks need to be registered so Minecraft knows what they are. So it registers them, and I think the deferred just comes from the fact that it's not done right away. Like it's done so they're referenced later. But we will need to do the same thing with the abilities. We need to register them inside of one of these. So we're just going to do that with an ability serializer of type question mark, which means it can be anything. Or that we don't care. We're going to call it abilities. And this is mad because it doesn't have a static declaration. So we got to come down here and make a static block. And we just do abilities equals deferred register dot create Palladium registry keys. I think we register it under the same thing with a different namespace. So I just do Palladium registry keys dot ability serializer, and then we give it my mod ID, which is this dot mod ID. That's actually another change that I didn't talk about. I'm potentially thinking of changing the name of the mod to Your Hero Academia instead of My Hero, because I'm focusing on the whole do-it-yourself sort of vibe. Well, you have some abilities that reference other anime. I mean, the abilities themselves, I'm going to plan to make generic enough so that they could be used for other animes. Voice chat mod link up for the new order quirk. I do have a voice chat mod I could make an add-on with, so it's possible. What power am I least excited to make? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't thought too much about it. Have I watched Kamen Rider? No. You would love to see me do the dragon armor from high school DXD as a quirk. One thing at a time. We can't distract me because I get distracted too easily. Too easily. But oh, we can look here at all of the abilities that this Palladium adds. They're not as many. We still have the command, but we do have things like shrinking built in, thanks to Neoforge's attribute modifier. Healing, slow file, damage immunity, invisibility. Beams are the same. Skin changes. Aiming, hiding model parts. That's what we can use for the body system. Name change, restricting slots. That's the same. Skull community, fire aspect. Flight, gliding, wall climbing. Let me take a look at my other quirks. Let me see which one I want to try to do. Detroit Smash. Dash step. Maybe I do a dash. The dash ability. I feel like that would be the easiest one to do. We're going to do that. We're going to do dash. Let me move this down here so I can actually see it. Let's see. So we need to make a new deferred holder is what it's called in this version. Deferred holder. And it's going to also be an ability serializer. And import class. And needs to have the actual ability. So this is going to be a dash ability. Did I spell that right? Serializer. And we give it a name of dash. This is mad because we haven't created that yet, but we will do that. We will do it. Then we come down here, we do dash is equal to abilities dot register. We give it the name of dash. We give it dash ability dot serializer new. A serializer is a way to turn, or is a string operation, or is used for. Sorry, no, it's not. It's used to convert things into strings. So like for example, if you had a class dog, the serializer for that would maybe just turn the entire class into a single like JSON element where the name, you'd have the name of the dog, the height of the dog, the breed of the dog, that sort of stuff. Okay, so we have dash. So we need to make the new dash ability. So we're going to come up here. We're going to make a new, we'll do a package. We're going to do general. General abilities. Maybe I put them in like movement. Make a movement folder. Dash ability. Okay. Is that what I named it? Yes. So the dash ability, what we're going to do to look at it is we're going to come over here to, we'll look at the slow fall ability. It looks relatively easy. We have to extend ability. So we do that, extends ability. Then we need to implement the method of the serializer. That's the one that we called before. And this, again, is just telling it how to convert it into a string. We mostly need this for the documentation. And it looks like the way that he still does it is he just defines a serializer class inside, a subclass inside of here. So we're going to do a serializer for the documentation. And we don't need that. We just need a regular block comment. So we're going to do a public static class serializer extends. What is it doing? Stop it. Extends an ability serializer. So that's how Palladium knows. And then we have to pass in the actual ability, dash ability here. or say that it's a type of that. Then we have this map codec. This is used in Neoforge a lot. I'm going to be honest, I have no idea what they do. It's obviously mapping something, but I couldn't tell you what. And they're used quite a bit, so we'll just do it and pretend we know. Like a real programmer. Then we're going to return, I'm going to call the codec for this thing, so dash ability.codec. I believe this is part of the, do I have to define it? I do have to define it up here. Welcome back, block 5. We're just working on some actual coding. Imagine coding in a coding stream. We're adding in the first ability just to see if we can get it to work. And I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm kind of guessing here. This is mad because we don't have a constructor. So dash ability. And it's going to need the ability properties, which are going to be passed in via that properties list that we saw earlier. Ability. Oh, yeah, that's exactly what I did. I released the entire thing. Ability state manager. This is actually a little nicer, I think. Because before, let me finish this constructor before I list energy bar usage. Energy bar usages. Energy bar usages. All right, so let me, once I finish this, let me explain kind of what's happening here. You're mad probably because I don't call super of properties, conditions, energy bar usages. Okay. Actually, I think that's the same as what it was before. Not the same, but let me look at this. No, it's not. Okay, whatever. Has my living situation improved at all? Well, I'm not homeless. But still technically unemployed. So, gotta work on that. Or continue to work on it, actually. Okay. So we have the get serializer. This needs to return a new, we cast it to ability serializer because it doesn't actually know what it is. And then we do ability serializers dot dash step. Now we're gonna have to, dang, we gotta really define a new one? So dumb. This needs why fallibility. Dang, I think I need to define all of the serializers. Which is what he does. Oh, wait, no, it's right here. This ability. So instead of ability serializers, I do ability register dot dash step. It's mine. Oh, is it just dash? And that's not spelled right. Serializer. There we go. I don't know why it's mad. Has no reason to be mad. Return ability serializer. Oh, we gotta do get. There we go. Okay, still mad. Maybe because we gotta finish this part of it. Work on that. Surprised that not having a job part is not as big of a deal just yet. Yep. It is kind of a big deal. I need to fix it, but we're good as of right now. Public void add documentation. Now, this is not to be confused with the documentation that I said I was going to do on the side. That documentation is going to be on a actual website that you can go to, because I know how people love to do that for Palladium add-ons. So I'm going to make sure it's a nice and easy to use wiki that has all the information you need about the quirk and also how to make them. Folder lookup. I'm basically just copying exactly what the current Palladium is doing, which I mean is what you're supposed to do, kind of. Import class. I'll probably make this a template. Description. Keep making tutorials. They're so helpful. I will try my best. What are the stamina bar requirements? It needs to have stamina. It needs to look better. It needs to have a place for the temperature gauges. It needs to have places for people to add more gauges if a power adds it. So think of the energy bars in Palladium, how they just kind of are just added to the side here. I'm kind of thinking something like that, but moving them horizontally. So like the energy bars are here. It probably needs to have stuff for maybe telling you what quirk factor you are. Haven't decided. Maybe some room to make it look different based on what power you have. There's a lot of stuff. But we need to focus on the description of our thing. And this is a little sketchy that it's kind of mad, but we're going to try to do this. So description dash the player in any direction, any number of blocks with specific particles. We're just going to do a basic description for now. Holy cow, look at all this other extra stuff. So we need to do .add example object. So we're going to actually do this, .add example object. So this is interesting. The Palladium documentation, we now can add either an example object, which just basically pulls out the entire class, or we can do example JSON to put in our own, I think, which is kind of cool. I'll have to experiment with that, but we're going to do new dash ability, and then we do ability properties dot basic because it's the basic ability. We're creating a new instance of the ability, but just so we can get all of the data from it. So no state and an empty list. Empty list. Okay. All right, so we are still a little mad. And I believe it's because we're not using the serializer here. My guess is it's used here. Yep, we just got to rename it. Oh, we just have to import it, actually, is the problem. There we go. All right, so this is redundant. Yes, it is redundant, so we don't actually need to do that. So we're just going to delete that. And this should be not everything. We need to now go into the Your Hero Academia. And we need to register this inside of here. This is kind of still in its template form, so ignore the fact that it's ugly. But I think we just do ability register dot abilities dot register and then mod event bus. All right. So let's restart Minecraft. If this works, we should see inside of the documentation folder, inside of the Palladium folder, inside of documentation, we should see the dash ability show up. We're going to find out. Did it crash? Okay, it ran. So let's go into here. We now have HDMI, export. This is actually pretty cool of the new Palladium. It exports it in both HTML, but also in these PAL docs. And the PAL docs are just a JSON file, basically. So all of you can either go to the website or you can use it in a JSON format, which is actually really helpful for my VS Code add-on that I made because I don't actually have to parse through this myself, which is pretty neat. All right, so here we go. This is the documentation, and if you'll notice, we don't see dash. Here I thought it was going to work. Dash, right. Maybe I have to load into the world. I don't think that's the case, but let's try it anyway. Let's try it anyway. Any change? If I look here, refresh the page, maybe. Oh, there we go. And it's actually already using the lang file, which is kind of crazy. I didn't think it would do that. So we got to define it inside of the lang file, which is in our resources. Nope. Assets. Lang. So we'll just do here. It is, what is it? Ability. I keep it in front of my microphone. .yha. Dash. We give it the name of dash. All right, let's restart that and see if it shows up. Actually, I didn't need to restart. No, we did, actually. Let's see. That's actually pretty cool, because before you couldn't do that. Let's load into a world and hit refresh on this page. There we go, just like that. That's actually way easier. I mean, it's not way easier, but it's easier now that I know what I'm doing. So we should be able to use the dash ability, and we can see it's just an example here. There's nothing particularly special about it. So now let's go ahead and add in the different things that we would want to do in a dash. So obviously we want to go in the direction. So we would like to go, I think we'll just base it off of the player's look, probably. So like if they're looking forward, we'll just dash forward. And then maybe we have a toggle that says, okay, flip. So instead of dashing forward, we dash back. Actually, or we could just do a number. If we do dash distance, you know? So let me do this. Let me take a look at the dash step code. There's a lot of it. This is the dash step code from my previous dashing. You can see we have in a distance, and we have in the number of particles that we're going to display. Why am I not making videos of the Palladium tutorials? Because I can't focus on more than one thing for more than 3 seconds. That is why. So let's take a look at the dash ability. So we need to add in a few properties here. The properties are just what we register, or how we configure the ability. So to do that, I think the best thing is to check out how Palladium does it, just to see if there's any differences. So we go into, what was it, Palladium? No. Add-on pack? No. Data gen. Flag, menu, mix, and power ability. There's also a dampening thing in here. You can make dampening powers in Palladium? Let's see here. The beam has one of them. Fluid walking, healing ability. Which one of these has enough properties that we can actually see what's happening? I mean, this one uses a distance. So we'll use size as an example. Size ability. Oh, it's mad. That's okay. So basically we have a float, final float, size. So before, if we look here, this is the old version, we had to create a Palladium property. But it looks like we don't have to do that. We just pass it in as the part of the constructor. And then to add in the actual thing to documentation, we just use the .add. So actually this is pretty good. Wait, so where does the size actually get... Oh, here we go. Wait. Oh, it's shoved in the codec, actually. Weird. Scale. So how does... He doesn't actually use it here. He doesn't use the size ability. Or the... Why not? This dot size, get serializer. An ability that changes the size of the entity using Pakui. Oh, so maybe this size doesn't actually work yet. So this is probably a bad idea. Bad one to look at. Let's look at healing. Okay, healing's the same deal. And it just literally uses this dot. Okay, so this is way easier than before. Are there going to be mobs added? Probably some mobs, but don't get your hopes up. Entities are confusing. But I've learned how to do them, so it's not that bad. So this is actually really cool. So let me take this. Let me put it down here so I can see it. Go to the dash ability. So we need... What do we need for dash? We need private... Or sorry, public, final, and then float distance. Because we would want the distance that they would go. What else would we want in a dash? Let's actually just do distance for now. Because I'm convinced that it's going to be a little harder than I'm thinking. So we're going to do float distance. Then we do this dot distance equals distance. And we do need to change up the codec because apparently that's just how it works. So if we put an enter here, we do instance dot group, and then we end with the properties codec. Okay, this is weird. This is a little weird. Instance, hold on. I'm trying to parse which thing comes first. So we do instance.group. So before here, we need to put in a comma, I guess. And we do extra codex dot, and this is going to be a float. So we do positive float, but it could be a negative float. Can I just do float? Darn it. So we can't do positive or negative. Can I do double? Nope. So we can only do positive float or negative, non-negative. Wait, positive or non-negative? Well, we're just gonna guess. Well, I don't know why there's two. And we do dot field of. We give it the name. This is going to be distance. Make sure this is a capital O. And then dot for getter. And I guess we just do like AB for ability to AB dot distance. So something like this, where we have we list all of the properties here inside of the extra codex, and then we just continue with the rest of it. I guess. It's a little confusing. So it's actually a little more confusing than the Palladium property, I think, in terms of like looking at it, but using it's easier because we just have to do this dot distance. Okay. So that should be fine. We need to, though, apply it to the description. And so I think it's dot add it needs to come before dot add. So we do dot set description, then we do dot add, and we do the distance, which is the key. We do type underscore float, and we give it the name or the description. The distance to dash forward based on the look direction. And then dot add example object. We need to put in an example. So we'll just say like 5 blocks, 5F. Okay. So theoretically, we're just going to assume that that's going to work. So how do we actually make it dash? Well, we can put it in the first tick, because on the first tick is when we want to do something. We only want to do something on the first tick. Oh, by the way, yeah, Your Hero Academia, I think, might be the new name. We'll see. Unless people like the other one. Or I might change it to Bandits. I don't know. I might keep it Bandits Core Glib. I don't know. I changed it here because I didn't know what I was going to name it. And so now it's just like that. What am I doing? What am I doing? All right, so public Boolean first tick. I actually don't even know if it's that. So let's click on the ability. Let's scroll down and find it. Boolean tick. It's actually a void. First tick. So let's just paste it here. So this should take precedence over the other one. And so it's the name of your library and not the, so it's the name of your library and not the main mod. Yeah, so this, in 1.20, we had Bandits Core Clip, which had all of the abilities in it, and then we had the My Hero add-on, which was the actual Palladium like quirks. This one, I don't know if I want to have 2 separate ones or if I want to put all of my quirks inside of this one thing. So then I just call this Your Hero Academia, and then it just has everything in it. Yeah, mods, can we get a poll? I don't have mods. Essentially, the only thing that I would be putting out is Your Hero Academia. And this would have my quirks in it, but it would also have all the abilities and stuff. So, let's see. What we need to do is check if enabled and darn it, we don't even have enabled. Enabled's not in first tick. Wait, what? How do we get if it's enabled or not? Huh? Hold on. Back it up. Let's see. Restrict slot sound. Plays a sound. This is something that would happen on 1 tick. What is it even called? Sound? Am I blind? Where is it? Intangibility, invisibility, particle ability. Oh, play sound. I am blind. First tick. So this just will automatically only run now, which is actually good. Did it do that before? I don't think it did that before. I think the old one, you still had to check if it was enabled or not. Yeah. So this is 1.20. The first tick used to check for enabled. Now I guess it doesn't even attempt to run, which is really good. That's good for optimization. We can do 1s and 2s in the chat. Yeah, put 1 if you think it's Your Hero Academia. Put 2 if you like just Bandits Quirk Clip. Can I look on Discord? Why? So this is what everyone's pushing. Hey, you can't put 1 more than once. This is what the block 5K said. And this is kind of similar to what I was thinking. The only problem is the quirk name. I don't know how that's going to work. Place for additional stuff, I don't know. Quirk factor, maybe that's good. I was thinking the bars would like go above this. Like here, 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 maybe. But quirk lib sounds like a dependency only. So you got to do one, or as an extra option being Bandits Hero Academia. I feel like that one is a little long. I do like that my name's in it. But yeah, I think this is kind of close to what I was looking for. But like I said, it would be stacking more bars on top of here where this part is. And two, I need to 100% confirm exactly what I'm going to be adding in to the bar and put it on the documentation. So this is pretty neat. All we have to do is check if it's a client side. What about something with block academia? Yeah, I'm not too convinced about that one. So we don't check if it's enabled. We simply check if... Actually, we just check if it's not client side. That's all we care about. Make sure it is running on the server. So we do if not entity dot is client side. Nope. What is it? Dot level dot is client side. Level dot is client side. Oops. And this is mad because level is used and it could be null or something, but it's never null. So we'll check if it's client side. Then let me look at what I did for the other one. We basically need to grab the player's look angle. And then we expand it the distance. And then I'm thinking my dash step does an immediate instead of a... It does do actual movement. It checks for blocks first, which I don't actually care. Wait, is it... Wait, I don't remember. Does this actually move? Current position... Where did I set it? I did this one so long ago. Oh, yeah, we teleport. So that could be an option, whether or not they want to teleport or whether or not I just kick them. Kick them in the that direction. So we'll make that a to-do. So let me do this. Because again, I want this to be used by anyone. To do, add a teleport movement. True or false. So we'll try to just do a normal move. We might need to send a player packet, which is annoying. But, so let's see. The player's look angle should be a vec3. Look equals. And we actually need to get the player. Do we want other entities to be able to do this? Nah. We'll say and entity instance of server player. Technically, we can just do this because if it's not client side, then, or if this is true, then it can't be client side. So we really don't even need to check this. But I'm thinking, should I have, where's Dancing Toothless? He's taking a break. This was a serious announcement. I had to get rid of him for a bit. Should I make the abilities work with any entity? Or should I only make them work with, or only care if they work with players? Because realistically, am I going to be making... No, because then if I gave, like, villagers the ability to dash, I feel like that would just cause lag. Especially, yeah, we're not doing that. We're just checking if they're the server player. If they are a player, then we do player.getLookAngle. So this is the direction that they're looking. To move them in that direction, I think all I have to do is... we need to get the distance. We could check if the distance, if this dot distance is less than or is less than 0, meaning a negative distance. We want them to go backwards. Actually, it shouldn't even matter, honestly. Because if we just put in negative blocks, I don't think we really need any check of anything. It'd be cool if some mobs could have powers too, but I think it's different. I don't know. I think it's a little different. Because, like, the Nomus and stuff, they would make sense to have powers, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. All right. So to move it, I think we do look dot... Is it adding? Sure. What happens if we just add? Wait. We need to get their current movement. Player dot move. I think it's player... Oops. Player dot get delta movement. This should give me a vec3 of their current movement. Movement equals. So then we just have to do movement dot scale. Is it dot scale or dot add? It might be just dot add. Oh, I gotta remember the math. Be like a 20 per... Will you include the 20%? It will be a configurable chance to be quirkless. So it's not just 20% all the time. Let me pull up this one. No peeking. Because I was doing some movement logic in this other NeoForge mod. So we're just going to copy it and apply it here. Not copy it, but reference it. That's the word. So I think it's this, because I made it a throwable thing. Release using... So set owner, set position, set this to the initial velocity. Okay, here we go. So what we need to do, we're doing this kind of wrong. We're going to do vec3 added velocity. Or no, velocity change, I guess. Velocity change. We set this equal to the player's look angle, like we were doing before, but we want to normalize it, and we want to scale it by the speed, or the distance. Actually, we should have a speed. We're going to say the speed is 5 for now. 5. And thanks, boy without a U. Oh. Bye. Hopefully that... Did you hear that on the stream? Things might have been set up. But thanks, boy without a U, for the $2. I thought you weren't even here in the first place, but I'm glad you were lurking. Nah, it didn't play. Well, it was playing on my ears. Properties. See ya. Okay. This one. Sometimes you just gotta listen. Oh, is it just really quiet? Because if it's just really quiet, I can turn it up. No, I can't. Yes, I can? I don't know. Bad streamer, L streamer. Velocity change, we scale it with that, and then we need to add the player's current movement because we want to make sure it doesn't just stop their movement. So player.get delta movement. And then we can scale this if we want, but I don't think we need to. So we have the velocity change. And then all we need to do is set the player's projectile movement, player.set delta movement to the velocity change. Now, is this going to work? I don't think so, because I'm pretty sure, at least in Forge, you need to use a player movement packet in order to actually move the player. So what we're going to do is we're going to do yourhero.logger.info, and then we'll say attempted to move the player, and then we'll just add in the velocity change there. I don't know if this is going to work. I'm going to test it first. So let's come up here to resources, specifically the data, Palladium power, just like normal. And we're going to make a new ability. We're actually just going to change this ability to, instead of Palladium dummy, it should be YHA dash. For properties, we're going to call it dash. For the icon, we're going to do a feather. For hidden in bar false, and then we should be able to do distance, and that should be able, or should be set to, we'll say just 5. F. We'll just do 5. Okay. And delete that. All right. While this loads, I'm going to get a drink of water. I'll be right back. Don't panic. I'm still here. Relax. Okay. Everyone stay hydrated. Take a drink of your water. Oh. Errors in currently selected data packs prevented the world from loading. This is actually cool. It will tell you. Can you believe that? It actually tells you what the thing is. No more complaining about you don't know what's wrong with your abilities, because it just says. All right, so this says failed to parse the power because it didn't know what the dash ability is. So that's concerning. Why is it? It's YHA dash. Hello? That's literally what it is. It's trying to gaslight me. Interesting. Let me try to just turn it off and on again. Because that would be a little weird if we couldn't test the ability. Is it because it's a new world? Or it's an old world? Let me try. This takes forever. Dang, this is taking forever. Load. Is it frozen? It is frozen. It's still mad. No key, YHA dash. Dash icon, state, missed input. Dash is a key, I promise you. Why is it bad? All right, Mr. Moo, thanks for stopping in. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Why does this not work? It's annoying me. We registered it under dash and under dash, and it shows up, so it has no excuse. No excuse whatsoever. So we gotta turn this off. Time to investigate. We will open up the healing ability. So I think that's one that actually... healing ability? It'll definitely be a day to remember. I hope so. So we have the healing ability here. It has no usages, but we do plan this. We do this. Okay. Healing ability, no usages. That's kind of a lie. It has a usage. I saw it with my own eyes inside of ability registry. Ability description. Do I need to do that? No, probably not. Ability serializers. So we did this. We added in the serializer. All they do is just name the size like this. Palladium registry keys dot. Oh, wait. Did I not do this correctly? Let's see. Ability description. If I change this to Palladium dash, is it going to work? I know it says YHA dash in the documentation, but my concern is because I use the serializer here, this might not be what we want. Let's see. Nope, still bad. Found registry, wait, failed to parse. Unknown registry key, Palladium abilities, Palladium dash missed input. So it's not that, actually. That's crazy. It's also actually crazy. Before it wouldn't, YHA dash. Before it wouldn't, or normal 1.20 Palladium would just run and then not crash. It's kind of interesting that it's forcing you to actually have it working. Let's see, single player. What's the error? So no key distance. Oh, no key distance. I just can't read. I'm so dumb. Wait, no key distance. Where am I missing it? No key distance in map like blah, blah, blah. Where do I put it? I thought it was in here. Is it not in here? Distance, copy. Distance is in here. Inside of properties. Oh, wait, do I do 5.0? There's no way that's all that it is. Because that would be really dumb. It might be that I'm just missing an extra step. Yeah, no key distance. Okay. So distance is definitely a key. So I'm probably didn't do this right. Let me open up the healing one again. Healing ability. Actually, is there one that just has a single name change? Yeah. This one just has a single thing. Let me compare it. Pull it down here to the dash ability. Extensibility, we have public final float distance. the codec is equal to record codec builder dot map codec. We have an instance, and that instance is then initialized with instance dot group. Then we do extra codecs dot positive float. They do component serialization dot codec dot field of ab.distance. No, that's still right. Properties codec, state codec, that instance. Okay. Dashability. So it's possible that the extra codecs thing is wrong. Let's find one. Here we go. Float. Extra codecs dot non-negative float dot optional field of. Optional field of. I don't think mine was optional. Dot field of. Dot optional field of. So we use dot optional and we'd use not. And then this. Non-intangibility. Not this one. Not this one. Where did it go? Invisibility. So we do this and a default value. That's probably why. A default value of 5.0 OF. And then we do the dot for getter. A for getter is kind of funny. Size. Positive float dot field of scale dot for. Okay, so wait, I copied this one. This should work. We do need a distance. I mean, technically we don't need a distance. Wait, so this is right. Distance. And this is not optional. Like, we need this. ab.size. I'm kind of at a loss. Not sure. We're going to see, though. Let's run it. Let's do single player, test player. Are you going to be mad? Oh. Huh? What? Why does it just not work? What did I change? A default value is all that. No, I changed this to optional. Wait. Distance. Okay. Is that why? Do we have the dash ability? We do. Okay. B. Dash. Dash. Okay. As I figured, this is not going to work. But we should be able to see inside of here that our saving chunk, ignoring. Was not able to read the user's Palladium data. What? Was this actually doing anything? Hold on. Dash. There we go. Attempted to move the player. So it's trying to do the movement. Huh. The dash is too OP. So the problem is that you can't just set delta movement on the player. And I thought it was going to be different in Neoforge just because it was wishful thinking. It turns out it's not. So we're going to do the good old method of ChatGPTing. In Neoforge 1.21.11, how do you apply movement to the player using delta movement? I know I need a movement packet, but not sure the syntax. Basically in Minecraft, there's packets that you send from the client to the server to tell that you're moving. That's done automatically when you're hitting your WASD keys. But when you do it like this, you need to actually send the update to the server that you're actually moving. And to do that, you use a packet, which if we look here, Okay, it doesn't actually say. We're doing this from client code, then yes. Well, I don't think we're doing it client. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Well, let me say... Okay, let me just try the player.hurtMarked equals true. I don't think that's actually going to work. Maybe it does. HurtMarked equals true. This is the flag that gets updated whenever you take any damage. Specifically, it's supposed to be for knockback. And how it needs to, or telling it when to calculate knockback. Is it going to work in this case? I have no idea. But we're going to try it. Boom. Hey, wait, it actually did. Wait, that's crazy. Whoa. Dash. 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 Oh, no. Dash. Okay, that's kind of high. Dash. Dash. Ooh, that's like a lot. Okay, but it's working. So that was actually all we needed was this. It's needing an update. Update. Now it's really OP. Yeah, so the problem is the distance I want people to do blocks, like the block distance. But the problem with doing blocks is, one, I have to do a calculation to see how much this actually is. Because if we do a, let's do a count here. We're just gonna do a little runway test. Can you make it scale with strength? Yes, I can. What was I doing? Oh, well, you just reminded me that I need to do my whole quirk factor implementation again. Boop 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 boop. We're doing this so I can count how far we go. Some blocks have different friction, which means you need less force. Yeah, I'm trying to get it to be like a general movement. Okay, so let's see. If we're doing it just on the ground, we use the ability. No movement. We go this far, which is boop. How many blocks is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 blocks. So this is 11 blocks. No move. If we jump and then do it, jump and press, we make sure you look at in a 0 angle. Oh, that's true. We also have to, it's dependent on the angle too. So this would be 0 angle, which is actually less. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 with friction. 7, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's like 50-ish blocks. 50-something, 53. Yeah, so do you think I should change this 2 blocks? Because you can't really... The dash... My idea was to make the dash have a toggle. Like, it's either a teleport or it's a... or it's this one. But the problem is if I do the teleport, that's going to be a different distance than mark each 10 block with a red. I would have to think too much for that. I should probably just change this to dash strength, huh? Probably. Because this could also be used as like a leap. Boom. Yeah, maybe I just change it from distance to just strength. Hiya! And maybe I do a toggle for horizontal movement only. Like a block vertical movement. So that way if they're falling and they use it, they can't look up to dash up. That's an option for people to use. I actually kind of like that. All right, so let's do that. So let's make the you can shoot an invisible projectile and teleport the player to them at the end of the... Oh, no, we don't have to do that. That would be if you didn't have Java. In Java, we literally have access to this. We can literally just do player.teleport to instant teleport. Make it scale with strength since All Might was stated to be basically flying. Yeah, that's true. I gotta have all of my things scale with quirk factor. So what I'll probably do... Okay, one thing at a time. Remind me to do that, though. Remind me that. So first things first, we're going to change distance here. Instead of distance, we're going to do strength. We're going to do base strength. Actually, no, we'll just do strength. We're just going to do strength. Control F. Replace distance with strength. No, wait. Wrong side. Distance. Strength. All right, so we're going to replace every instance of it. Boom, boom. Back up here, replace, and replace. Okay, so we changed that, so now it says strength. What we want to do is we want to public final boolean block vertical. And then we pass it in here, boolean block vertical. And this dot block vertical equals block vertical. By default, we should make it true. Extra codex dot block. Nope, it's not extra codex. It's what is it? What is it? What is it? GUI overlay. This thing. This thing. This thing. Boolean should stack time. It's codec.bool.optional field of. So we have to do codec, tab that in. Codec dot bool dot optional field import class optional field of. This is going to be the field of block underscore vertical. We'll leave that as that. Default value is going to be false because we want... Actually, default should probably be true. And then do we do the same thing? Is this Boolean? Wait, where is the Boolean one? Wait, this does codec.float. Okay, we can do... I kind of want to... Oh, there's so many things. So do we want this dash to be forward? All right, see you later, Block 5K. I will... I'll take a look at the Discord afterwards. Like I said, I need to figure out how I want to do everything exactly. So it might take me a minute to fully decide on one, just so you know. We're going to change this to codec.float because I want them to be able to put in a negative strength to go backwards. So now we do a for getter, and I think we just do, can I just do AB and literally just do AB dot block vertical? I think that's false dot for getter AB. Yeah, okay, it's literally that. All right, so now we have block vertical. Now we can do down here, we need to add a key. This is going to be block vertical type underscore Boolean. The description for this, whether or not the player should be able to dash up instead of strictly, wait, whether or not to lock dashing to the horizontal directions only. All right. We don't need periods here. We're going to do false for that because that's the default value. I think. No. It's true is the default. Dun, 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 dun. Where the dancing lizard? He's sleeping! You know what, Proto? Just for you, I will summon back Little Toothless. Where is he? He's in this folder. He's hiding. This folder. This folder. Stream. Toothless. Run. Boom. He is alive. Let me make sure he's actually alive. Oh my gosh, where is he? There he is. He's vibing out. Because you wanted him. Okay, block vertical is all set up. So now what we'll do is we'll do a check to see if this dot block vertical is true. Then we want to do a different calculation for the velocity change. One that prevents velocity change. One that prevents going up instead of to the side. So, boop, velocity change equals that. Straight off of the player's look direction. He came back. Direction. All right, so then for this guy here, I'm pretty sure in my dash step, I already lock the vertical movement. And to do that, we have to get instead of getting the look angle, we have to do a vec3. We still get the look angle equals player.get look angle. But this time we do vec3 horizontal equals the look dot. Actually, got to create a new one. New vec3 look dot x 0 on the y-axis, and then look dot z. And then we do the velocity change here, but it's set to horizontal only. And we still scale it with the direction of that we're running. And then add in the player's movement. And that should be good. Yeah, I think that's fine. Let's give it a try. Oh, wait. We got to hidden in bar, distance, block, vertical. We'll do true first. Run. Quick question, how do you export your add-on when following the tutorials? If you do Control-Shift-P to open up the command palette in VS Code, there is a package command. I think it's package VS Code. I think it's package. Make. Why is mine not here? Let's see, hold on. Did I remove the extension? File. Open folder. Open recent. My hero dev environment. Control-Shift-P. Package. Yeah, okay. So yeah, you do the Control-Shift-P thing to open up this command palette, and then you should see a package add-on button And pressing this will automatically package it all up and put it into a jar file. But that only works if you are in the workspace, though. So basically following exactly the tutorial. If you're not, it's not going to work. And if it doesn't work, all you have to do is zip up the files and just rename it to a .jar file. All right. This should now only move us. Even if I look up, it should only move us. Yeah, it only moves us in the horizontal direction. It still goes crazy if we're not touching the ground, but we're not moving up, which is great. So then I just put that in my mod folder. Yeah, once you zip it up, you name it, and I can actually just show you real quick too. Let's see. Let me just open up this folder. Open in File Explorer. So here's in my inside of my Palladium thing, the My Hero add-on. So this is my add-on pack. Here's all my add-on pack files. You literally just highlight all of this. I mean, you don't need the Git or the GitHub folder or the Git ignore, but you highlight all of it. You right-click and either use 7-zip to add to Mine Hero or the name .7-zip, or you do more option. No, where's the regular zip? File manage. Nope. More options. Nope. Oh yeah, more options. Send to. I should say compress it folder. Yo, this is stupid. I hate Windows. Okay, if you have 7-zip, you just do add to Mine Hero add-on .7-zip or .zip. And then once it's a zip file, you just right-click the file, you click rename, and you change the .zip to a .jar. And then you can just put it into your mods folder. But remember, you have to be inside this folder. You can't be here and do it. Like, you can't make this a zip file because it's not going to work. You have to be inside where you see all of these files. You highlight them, and then you zip them together. Thank you for listening to my TED Talk. Okay, so let's do this. Let's make ability 1 is going to be a dash, but ability 2 is going to be we'll make ability 2 dash vertical. So just say dash underscore vertical. And the only difference is going to be block vertical is going to be false. Yeah, that should be good. Let me add in a list index of 1 for this guy. So it's the second slot, and we'll do a list index of 2 for this guy. I mean 0. Okay, this should work. I'm hoping. One should make us launch into space. The other should make us not launch into space. So, single player, test world. And all right, there we go. Oh, okay, didn't name them correctly, but dash. All right, that one only does horizontal movement. A lot of it, but still only horizontal. And the B should do vertical. Oh. 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 Oopsies. It doesn't work. Block vertical. Dash vertical. No. Dash horizontal. Dash vertical. Let's give this one a slime. Is it slime ball or slime? Give dev slime underscore ball. So the fact that this didn't work has me a little concerned. Block vertical. Is that what I name it? Block underscore vertical. Default value is true. Ooh, it's possible that these just aren't doing anything, actually. Block vertical. Dash ability block vertical equals. Okay. what we can do also is let's just do a YHA dot logger. Oops. Logger.info blocked, and copy this and do not blocked. The fact that this is, because this is true, all the time, so it would be going into here. I'm thinking it's not setting this properly. I'm thinking it's not doing it. If I go into Palladium's data folder, Palladium, no. It's C, no. Minecraft, no. Assets, Palladium. Where are their powers at? Add-on pack? What in the world? Where are the... I'm trying to look for Palladium's power files. Item block states Palladium renders screens. Player animations. Who knows? I don't know where it is. I'll have to look again. Hi, Ven. Thanks for the glaze. All right, so change the name. So let's see if this goes up. That was blocked. This one also blocked. Okay, so this is apparently it's not. It does not know that we're using the properties. It's just ignoring them. Why is it ignoring them? I don't know. It shouldn't be. Do we have an example here of... Is it in here? Palladium, customization. Nope. Where are the power files? I'm pretty sure he has a test file in here. At least it's on the GitHub. So let's see. GitHub. Let's just go here. GitHub.com. And actually, no, we do Palladium GitHub. And let's see, we checked this branch. I thought it should be in source. Oh, it's in the run folder for some reason. It's in here. Don't know why. Oh, that's tags. Is it in test? Palladium. Power. So we know which one uses it. Flight? No. Invisibility uses the Boolean. Yeah, we'll just use... Oops. Use invisibility. Invisibility test. Opacity. Opacity self. So he just uses it in... Oh, it's separate. It's not supposed to be inside of the properties. That's a little confusing. Why is that the case? So basically, our custom fields don't go in properties. They just go in the root of the ability. That's going to confuse people. That's definitely going to confuse some people. Oh, well. But this should fix it. That's also probably why the distance was getting mad last time. Because it was not in the right spot. It's supposed to be not in the properties section, which is weird. All right, so this one should do horizontal only. This one should be vertical. Okay, so now it's working. Yay, the properties work. Bounce. I'm flying. It's not hacking, I'm just dashing in the air. Yeah, this one. So this one can dash any direction. So that's good. That's pretty decent. Let's lower this to like 2. Dash horizontal. Let's say 2. I also want to see if I can slash reload. If that's going to reload the assets, and this is going to work. Without. I don't think that worked. Not gonna lie. Let me try. Oh yeah, no, that didn't work. Wait, did it work? It might have. 2 is just kind of a lot. Oh wait, it did work. Wait, did it? 2? If I change this to 5? No, change it to 6. Slash reload. Oh no, I'm just dumb. It just looks, was it because my look angle wasn't perfect? Huh. Okay, well, slash reload doesn't actually reload these things anymore, so. Or no, it never did, but I was just hoping that it would. Didn't I change distance to Oh. Wait. You're right. I did change it. No wonder it's not doing anything. Hold on. Strength. Better stop that. It's going to be mad. Strength. What was it defaulting to then? Is it 5 or... Yeah, 5. Good thing someone's paying attention. It's clearly I'm not. See, that's why I need to make the Palladium or the IntelliJ plugin so that it can tell me when I'm doing things wrong. But yeah, you're right. Oh, did I just change it? Oh, I changed it to 6. So I want to change this to 2. And I'm going to put it in debug mode to see if this will actually, if changing this actually does anything. Because in Forge Palladium mods, you're not able to do slash reload on things you added because it just doesn't work like that. But I'm hoping in this version it will, now that I'm changing the right value. So 6, or the first ability should be of strength of 6, which should zoom past that sign. It didn't zoom past that sign, but that's okay. Did I change it to 2? Oh, I changed it to 2 and it was still that far. That's crazy. Hold on. Oh, yeah, 2 is crazy. Okay, let's change it to 0.2. That should be a tiny amount. Let's do Control-Shift F9 to just try to rebuild this and see if it is fine. You can see it's building in there. Build complete, slash reload. And we'll see if the dash is now a 0.2 strength dash, or if I... Nope. Nope, gotta change it the other way. Boop. Okay, so we just gotta tweak those values a little bit. That's okay. I just gotta restart it and turn it back on again. If it'll ever stop, come on. There you go. 0.2 dash, I think, is small. Is too small. We should definitely change the default strength, though, to not be 5. We'll just do 1.0. Because we don't want people zooming and then not realizing, oh, how do I change it? All right. Strength of 0.2. That's still so much. Like, unnecessary amount. Let me do this. Like, that's going as far as this. Is something still wrong? It goes further. Huh? What? What did I change this to? I changed it to 0.2, I thought. 0.2. So let's take a look. Maybe the logic for the actual movement is not good. This actually might be why. Oh, wait. It would help if we actually used the scale, the strength in the calculation. Maybe that would help. Well, that's crazy. So yeah, let's change this to dash of point. Let's do 0.5 and let's do 2 for this. Maybe I'm just crazy. I feel like I'm not. My brain is melting. You were crazy once. All right, let's try this again. Is it going to work? First try, first try. V? Okay, that's teeny. That's tiny. It's working. Okay. A dash of 2. A dash of 2 is kind of small. Boom. We almost need to like get rid of the friction with that one. Or maybe make it so that if they're... What do you think? Do you think you should be able to stand still and dash forward like a little bit, or do you think you should have to jump and then dash? I guess that doesn't really make sense to jump and then dash. You want to be able to dash on the ground without the friction. Because this is too much friction. Because you just slow down infinitely. I mean, I could temporarily disable the player's friction. Because I think if I do player dot collide with fluid, no. Is there a friction? Set discard, should discard friction. If I set this to true. Wait, that's not it. That's not a setter, it's a getter. Oh yeah, it's a getter. Is there anything to set discard friction to true? I guess so after a specific speed, the friction turns to 0. That's how physics work? So you're saying if you go fast enough, you just stop, friction just stops existing? Because I don't think that's quite true. Let's think. I mean, another thing we could do is just raise the player up a little bit. So we push them up a tiny bit off the ground so that they're not actually colliding. Or we just do this. If you continue in a straight line, yes. Friction just doesn't stop existing. It would still be there. You would just overcome it. I'm going to see what happens if we set this to true. Control-Shift-F9. What are you saying is a good idea? To pop them up just a little bit so they're not touching the ground? Let's see. Friction should be discarded. Whoa. Whoa. Wow. What happened? Why is it doing this? Okay, don't do that. Don't do that. Control-Shift-F9. Oh no, now it's screwed up. Hold on. Let's leave and join back. I might have screwed up that world. Okay, there we go. We're good. We're good. But yeah, I could just pop them up a teeny tiny bit, like this much off the ground. Not even that. You think of a dash, you think of a jump forward. Yeah. Because the problem is I don't want them dashing. I know in physics there's a thing called max friction, and if you pass it, the friction doesn't do anything. But that's not the problem here, because the problem is we're not getting to the speed. We're just trying to dash forward a little bit. And then make it so that the vertical is not as much. Because, like, we could always do this, but I want them to be looking in any direction and be able to just dash forward. But not let them dash. I could always do an incremental modifier. Because we almost need... Then we'd have to have it be a ticking thing. Carrying... Yes, look at the physics of this. How do we think this is happening? This is moving so fast, it's actually just vibrating. It's not even in existence. What are everyone's thoughts? Should I... How should I fix this? Should I just make it so that if you're jumping or if you're in the air, you don't dash as far? Or do I make it so that when you're on the ground, you just dash more to overcome friction? Because I could do that, I think. Because if I do check to see if the player is on the ground. Right? I can do an if statement to say if player dot is fall flying, I think. Then if they're fall flying, no, if they're not fall flying, we're going to boost this. Boosted. We can get rid of these logs because we don't need them. And all we're going to do is take the velocity change and dot scale. Let's just double it. That will probably do something. Make it confinable so that you could set it to true. Well, but I want the base dash ability to just feel good normally, so people don't have to do anything to make it feel good. You know? Okay, I don't think that boosted. That is boosting. It's definitely... Did that boost? Wait. That boosted. That's not good. Hold on. So this is not where... If the player is not fall flying... No, we need to do if... The player dot is on... Is touching... Collision... Can be collided with, is colliding. No, that's just... Oh, vertical collision below. I think. I think this means they're on the ground. I don't actually know. Let's see. Let's see. So, boom. Boosted. If we're up in the air. Not boosted. Okay. Wait. Boosted. Huh? Boosted. Not boosted. Oh, wait, yeah, we're supposed to be boosted on the ground. Okay, my brain is not working. So scaling times 2 is not doing anything. In fact, is it making it slower? I don't know. Let's scale it by 10 and see what it does. I think scaling by 10 should make it 10 times as fast, unless I forget how... I feel like that's making it worse. Velocity change dot scale. All right, let's try dot add. Strength. Basically just doubling the boost on the ground so that it overcomes friction. Is that farther or not? I can't tell. Boosted. Vroom. We made it to like here. And that was scaling it to 10. Let's do this times 10. That's the same. Do I need to do slash reload or something? Don't you need to reset the game? I don't, because... At least I shouldn't, because I'm using... I'm running it in debug mode. And so in debug mode, you can actively change the code here. As long as you do Control Shift and F9, you can see down here it says loaded classes are up to date. So like I can change this message from boosted to boosted speed. And if I do Control Shift F9 again, you'll see it code change corrected. And then when I run it and hit that ability, you'll see it changes the, oops, it changes down here. So in this case, I don't need to restart the game. We're just toying with this. But it looks like adding this is not working. Scale.normalize. Because the vertical movement is fine. Look by... I'm trying to think why. So why isn't this getting boosted? You know what? We're gonna chat GPT it. I don't care. My brain's melting. Chat GPT, help me. Vector math is kind of confusing. I need help with my NeoForge 1.21.11 mod thing. I am trying to make the player move faster when they are on the ground because friction slows them down. But it is not working. Help. Like a true programmer. Vector is immutable. Methods like add do not modify the vector. They return a new vector. Because you never assign the result back, the change is discarded. Oh. That's why. I know what I'm doing. All right, multiply this by 3 times. Rewrite mnemonic. Hello? F9. All right, now it should work. Maybe. Wait, let's test. We stand here. I press this. Zoom. Hey, we boosted. So, and then this shouldn't get boosted. Yeah, so if you jump, let's see. So this is a strength of 6. This is a strength of 2. Holy cow. All right, so strength of 2 gets you here if you jump. And on the ground, it gets you here, which is about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it's like times 5. Strength 2. If we try to do strength 1, I wonder if it'll be like half as much. It should be, right? So how's that for... That's pretty decent, right? That's kind of decent. I mean, if jumping is so much better than doing it on the ground, why would anyone not jump? Well, so this is, it's toggleable. So the ability itself can decide whether or not... Wait, no, you're right. You're right. Because that still does. Because this one does more in the air than this one does. So maybe I should just make it so that Just jumping doesn't do anything. Well, because actually, no, because, but here's the deal. Because when you jump, you're inherently higher off the ground. So you will go farther because you don't, one, aren't touching the ground, but two, you take longer to hit the ground because of the gravity. Because you went out to there as opposed to here. Boom. Boom. You mean I can make it so that there's a couple of things I can do. I can, one, just make it so that jumping doesn't really do anything. Well, that kind of put me way further. I can make it so that jumping doesn't do anything. Like if you just jump, I can make it go to the same, about the same strength as if you were on the ground. So like here. Can you make it so you move faster but the same distance in the air? I can, but I think the moving faster thing would be a little jarring. What's the source of the dash if it's the player pushing with their legs? It should be stronger when you jump, but not work while falling. You're right. Well, that's true. That's also something I was thinking about. Because if you're falling, it doesn't make sense to just dash. Because that just doesn't make sense. Because there's nothing to dash onto. Unless you have a quirk that's like an air hopping quirk, then that makes sense. And if we're looking at this from the perspective of I want people to be able to do whatever they want, basically, maybe I should just, holy cow. Bug? Or is that tech? Up against a wall? You're so strong you can push on the air like All Might. I mean, that's true. Yeah, Pop Step can also just bounce in the air. Bounce. Well, no, she just bounces high. Bounce. So she has to touch something. So here's what I can do. I can add in a toggle to say whether or not you can dash in the air. But then again, you can do that with regular Palladium as a condition, because there's a condition for is falling. So you can say if they're falling, then cancel the dash ability. So I think that's fine. But the main question is, should the jump go further? What do we think? Yes or no? Because this is how far it gets you if you hit them both at the same time. That's kind of far. Because you're comboing it. Maybe I just see what it's like. Let me lower it a little bit. So if they're above air, and this, I mean, this could be a block vertical thing too. Can you go that far off rip? Yeah, that's, well, it's set kind of high, but yes, it's set to, that's hitting space and that at the same time. Whoa. If I hit both of them at the same, that was weird. I went to the side. Yeah, but space and the ability key goes this far, basically, as well as sprinting. So I can just make it so that, so here we check if they're on the ground. So we'll say if they're not on the ground, then we will shrink the velocity slightly. We will shrink it by like 60%, maybe. So let me add in two constants. Public, I can do private. Private, static, final, float, jump, modifier equals 0.6 f amount of velocity, or scale the, you said 60 and did 66, same thing. Whoa. Scale the velocity down when they are in the air. Although this would only make sense if the vertical movement, I think, is toggled off. Private static final float, and this is ground friction modifier equals, what I do, 1.5 or 2? What is it? It's 3, actually. Multiplies the strength, or scales the strength by this amount when on the ground. Helps counter friction. So now we change this. Instead of using magic numbers, we do ground friction modifier, and this is the jump modifier. And I'm pretty sure because we added constants, we can't just redo it. So we'll just reload. So basically, if they're on the ground, we apply a friction modifier, which speeds up their initial dash. If they're in the air, then we add a modifier that decreases their overall dash so that they can't do anything. What other languages do I know? Know and have mastered are 2 questions, but I've done stuff in Rust and Python and C and C# and C++ and Visual Basic and Assembly, Visual C#, JavaScript, TypeScript, HTML. I've done stuff in all of them, basically, and all those. Zoom. All right, so that gets us here about to the block. Now if we do this and this, that gets us about the same way. That's okay, that's good actually. So with friction, about to there. Without friction, or with in the air, there. That's like good. It's 1 block further if you jump, which makes sense. Now, this is going to mess up the jumping a little bit, but, and I don't know why it does that. I'm gonna be honest. Is it just because we're looking straight up? No, it's because, oh, it is because we're looking straight up. Yeah, the wall thing is still busted. And it's not the wall thing, it's looking straight up because your look vector is 180 to 170 or negative 90. So it's straight up. And to scale that look vector, the only way to scale it is straight up. So like here, we're scaling forward, but the vector is not, oops. It's a combination of 2, right? It's a combination of X and Y here. But going straight up, the only way it has to go is up. So I need to scale that vertical movement for sure. Do we like that? Oh yeah, I don't know why that can just shoot up randomly. This is like a leap. That's crazy. Once you go above a certain one, it just zooms. And that's probably because we're on the ground. That's even on the ground, so it's adding the friction modifier. I'm thinking if it's vertical, I'm thinking we don't check this. I don't know. X and Z, Y is up. Yeah, that's what I meant. To cause movement. Is it still going to scale with strength? So it will. So what I'm going to do is add in a field here and call it scales with quirk factor, or like quirk factor enabled. and this is what I'll kind of do with every ability, so that when you have a quirk factor, it will use the quirk factor to increase it by a certain amount. So like it'll most likely be a quirk factor, true or false, and then a scale quirk factor modifier that increases it. But one thing I have to do is check, because the new Palladium uses, it actually has some math built in to these guys. I don't 100% know how they work, but I'm pretty sure you can actually put, instead of like 2, you can do a whole math expression now. So if that's the case, then that would kind of change how I'm doing it. But so we need to, I think the problem for the going up is this. We need to essentially cap this velocity change if it's going straight up. I'm thinking we do I don't think it's normalize. I think we just have to max. Help me, help me. Wait, we fixed this. Assign the result back to the specify the axis you want to boost, and specify the axis you want to boost. If you want horizontal speed boost on the ground, do oh. This is just saying horizontal.scale. I don't need it to move in the horizontal. I think it doesn't know what it's talking about. Another important problem. What? Friction in Minecraft is applied after movement each tick. If you're trying to counter ground friction, you usually want to apply the boost every tick. Well, I don't want to do that. And I don't want to do that either. So now they multiply it. Increases the horizontal velocity. Yeah, so we did that. That's fine. You need to manually support the math expressions, though? No! How dare you make me do more work? By using a field as a field type in the codec. So you mean here? Let's see. Do you have an example of using the All right, do you have a power that uses it already? As an example. Molang test. Be called Molang. Name change, click test, jump key. No. Let's see. Can I search for the attribute modifier? Boop. Modifier. Wait, that's... Okay, add value. Okay, so let's look at that one. Attribute modifier. Oh, actually, while you're here too, Lucas, so the adding new properties. So like here I have 2, a strength and a block vertical. So adding these puts them in the power file outside of this properties section. Is that intended? Or are they supposed to be inside of the properties here? Because I was just a little confused at first when I tried to put the new properties I added inside of the properties section, which it seems they don't go in there. Is that what you want to do? Or is that just something that went wrong on my end when trying to do it? And when you answer that, I'm going to open up the attribute ability. Powers. As intended, property sections for general settings that are global to all abilities. Okay, gotcha. Just wanted to make sure. Let's see, right click, attribute. Oh, gotcha. Let's see, is it called attribute modifier? Attribute modifier. So, oh. Float library. Wait, is this the right one? This is not the right one. Hold on. Let's see. Block client. I'll find it eventually. Config, customization, no. Data, no. I think it was in power. Ability. Attribute modifier. Molang. Let's see. So inside of the codec, singular or plural, dynamic modifier. This guy, wait. So I'm assuming it is this. Neoforge. This guy here. Modifier. Because that allows you to add in essentially expressions. So instead of just saying one value all the time, you can make it dynamic, which is kind of what I was doing with the other abilities, but it's just built in. Dynamic multiplier here. Yep. Attribute values.codec. Attribute codec field of attribute. Amount operation. Got it. Okay, I'll do some experimenting with this because I think that's going to be pretty useful in a lot of situations, especially for abilities that you want to scale differently depending on different different values of either a scoreboard or just a value assigned to the player. Getting distracted. Okay, what was I doing? I needed to fix the... Actually, let me write that down before I forget that it's in there. Actually, let me just... Oh, no, I closed it. Dashability. Check the... I need to make a list of all of the different things that are useful. Attribute modifier. You don't even need to change much, just change your amount field from the float to value. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, the strength. Yep. In fact, maybe I should just do that now. Oh, okay, yeah, I'll just do it now. Because you can still put in an expression or just a regular number, right? Or do you have to do the full Molang expression or the full thing every time? Oops. Copy. Let's paste this. We're going to do Molang _ dash. So the strength we're going to replace with the Molang argument, which I don't remember that exactly. It can be a simple number too. Okay. So let's try this. Let's do... Copy this. Wait, I could just... I guess I have GitHub. Might as well use it. Commit. This. Good. The ability register. Menu dash. Ability new generic dash. Ability. Commit. Just replace your codec.float with value.codec. Value.codec. So this whole, wait, value.codec. Default value here, doesn't need one. And wait, let me go back to this. I got this. Fire. Where'd it go? Attribute modifier. Nope. Close out on this one. So do codec register value.dynamic modifier to codec getter. Singular, plural, neoforge. So wait, go back down here. Last dynamic modifier. Now you have to make your strength field of type value 2. This guy value. I could always click on this too. Okay. So then this here has to be value of strength. Let's see. I'm assuming it just doesn't have a for getter anymore. Are you mad? Bad return type, lambda, connect first, that's optional. Because this isn't optional. Scroll down. Oh, I'd have to do this .strength.get probably. Get. Or is it .evaluate or something like that? .get as float. And data context, we're probably going to need to add a fallback value. Gotcha. Let's see, get, or no. So that replaces, are you talking about a fallback value inside of the lambda function here? Or inside of just replacing this whole thing with its fallback value? Like I had before. It's like here, but then add in a fallback value inside of the optional field of, oh, this guy. Let's see. Value, we're gonna do string. What did I have before? So we can't use this. We have to do a new static value. New static value. A new Palladium value. Who would have thought? Import. And we probably don't need this. Hold on. Just that. Yes, we did need that. Come back. There we go. Let me take a look at this. Okay, so basically just your own. Okay. Interesting. And then let's see. For then this dot get, we probably have to use it or just do it at the top. Float strength value equals this dot strength dot get as float data context. I assume the context is going to be, well, there was a fallback too. We shouldn't need the fallback because, remove that. We define it up here now. Or is that, no, that's just a fallback for if it doesn't exist. So the context for this one, is it going to be ability get context? Dot get context? Nope. Context? Nope. Hold on. Data context. Is this data context for entity? It's not strength. I guess I could just look at the attribute modifier. Let's apply. Oh, it's just the entity. There we go. So then paste this here. Strength value. And you are sad because you want a new date or a value, which I assume is just, let's zoom down here, set description dot add modifiers, type attribute modifier. New dynamic modifier, new static value again. Got it. Back to this, boop. New static value of 5.0f. Okay. Yep. We got that. Extra codex. Keep that for later. Okay, so now this should, let's test it first. Make sure I didn't accidentally delete it. Where'd it go? Here we go. Strength. So the default 0, 0. And then for the Molang expression, is it just... Wait, I think it's... Molang? Molang oops, no. Molang, let's see, float integer string. This, open. Okay, so we can do a Molang float. and then we pass it in. So I'm assuming this just goes in for the value. Like this. Boop. Whoa. Boop, boop. Just strength some... Oh, so you don't even need to define the type at all? Unless you're wrong. Okay, well, I guess we'll find out. Okay, let's try... You can define the type. All right, let's just do this. Well, let's see if this works. Query dot... let's see. Let's just do 10 times 2.5. We'll do something simple. 25. Mulling dash. I named it the same thing, and it's in the same slot. 3. Mulling dash. Let's see. Query dot ground speed. That doesn't work. You need to use the Mojang float value type. Okay. I mean, I figured I would have to use that, but we'll see. It's not mad. This should shoot me... Oh. 0. Didn't move me anywhere, so I'm thinking it's not working. Let me check here. Is this anything in here? Mulling underscore. Nope. Rest of the power is working, right? Yeah, okay. So let's try replacing it with the type. Let me just need the, yep. Query ground speed. This is actual Molang thing. Cause that'd be crazy, because then the faster you go, the further you fly. Let's do 10. Because I'm pretty sure Molang is, let's see, Molang queries. Not Bing. I hate that they put this in their stupid Microsoft documentation. Bedrock edition. Query.any tag. So you can use, technically, if this is working, you can make the day. Look, wait, that's crazy. You can make them faster, the number of days. You look at vanilla queries or Palladium queries class, you can see what queries are supported. Get it. Let's actually take a look. Vanilla underscore queries. Wait, queries? Really? Trolling me. Vanilla queer. Did I spell it wrong? Oh yeah, I did. Queries. Click. There we go. So here's all. You can use day. Whoa, look at all this stuff you can do. Wait. What are you doing? Why you crash? Oh, it was just Googling stuff. Let's see. So if we do... Oh, the ability's gone. Did it just move to a different page? Oh, wait, no, I pressed undo, I think. So I undid the name change. Yep. Molang. Listen to X3. Try again. I want to go back to these queries. That's actually cool, because like F-Sang's thing, you no longer have to use scoreboards if you wanted a scaling strength. Based on your day, you can just do the day query. Oh, that's cool. Has collision, has gravity. Health. Whoa, you can do so much stuff with this. Better work. You also need vertical speed, Time of day. So I could have done the vertical speed scaling that I wanted to do with this. Oh. Main hand item max use. Whoa. Okay. So this should shoot us. Oh. Well, that didn't do anything. There's also Palladium queries for Palladium specific. Yeah, let me take a look what's in there. Palladium queries include. What other possible things could... Oh, that's actually good. Flight controls. Swinging stuff. Any animation finished. And of course, the X, Y, and Z position. Okay, that's actually really useful. But let's see why this is not working. Let's see here. So, because even this should be falling back to as float. I should have put it in debug mode. Logger. Info strength value dot to string. You know what? Take that. So it comes in here. It should be applying this correctly as long as this strength is not 0. Let me do this. Click on this. Is possible. What happens when the Molang queries fail? Like they're improperly formatted. Does it just return nothing? Typo query dot ground speed. Wait, ground speed might not be real. We should check. File. Oops. Control F. Ground speed. Okay, that is real. As long as it's queries dot or query dot. Unless I just use it as a regular. It returns 0 or causes an error. Guess we're gonna find out. What? Excuse you? What? I've never seen that error before. Maybe it was just being dramatic. It was being... That's weird. Kind of whack. Let's see. This strength value is 0, so it failed. Molang query. Function. Ground speed times 10. Hash is 0. Function coder. Context. Functions. I wonder, do I just not put in that query dot thing? No, I would have to. I would think. Is silent value arg1 context functions. Wait, each one references itself. No, it is correct. Okay. Let's see if I can see what the ground speed is being read as. It's alive, day, body, as owner. Ground speed. How about if you remove the query and just do some simple math? Let me try that. Hold on, let me actually look here real quick just to make sure. Okay, that's just in byte form. That doesn't help me. Stop. Let's see. Let's do a realistic. Let's do a small value. Because then I'll be able to tell. So we'll do like 3. Do 10 divided by 3. Play. Simple ability is taking ages. I'm worried for the complicated one. Bro, chill. It's fine. I'm just learning how to use new things. That's all. The other abilities are going to be easy. Probably. No, but yeah, it's just slow because I haven't used the new Palladium stuff before. So I had to relearn most of the stuff. Okay. Okay, so now it's firing. 3.3. So it seems like it was not understanding the query part. So what if I just did ground speed? Ground underscore speed times 10. Let's see what it does. And then if not that, maybe get rid of, or maybe add / get rid of the quotation marks. Not quotation marks, the parentheses. Unknown variable, so it's mad about that. So let's do query.groundspeed. I like now that it tells you not to, or it tells you what the problem is in your face, and doesn't let you do anything. Should lower the number of complaints about their add-ons not working. Well, I had that before and it wasn't working, so I'm just gonna try this just to see. Nope. Okay. Should be query.ground underscore speed. Let's try that. Wait a second. Wait a second. I just realized maybe maybe testing ground speed while standing still is maybe not the best test case. You know, if the ground speed is 0, 0 times 10. Oh, wait a second. Okay, it's still 0. Okay, so I wasn't that dumb. It was still dumb. Ground speed. Oh, wait. Oh, ground speed is vertical speed. Wait. Huh? Wait, what? Wait, what? It's only when you're sprint jumping is when it's counting non-zero speed. Like, just going up doesn't do it. Going up and moving doesn't do it. But if you're sprint jumping, then it does. Wait, or is it just sprinting? Nope. Can you check vanilla queries? Yeah. Let's see. Ground speed. Returns the delta movement horizontal distance. So that should be... I've actually never used horizontal distance before. What is that one pulling? Square roots the... Oh, it just gets the movement of that. So maybe instead of that, you want to use... What was I using to move them? Horizontal movement is equal to just... Yeah, I just get their... Oh, I guess that's just their look vector, their look angle. It's the distance formula. Yeah, I know it's a distance formula, but... Go back. Scroll, scroll, scroll. Boop. Horizontal distance. Because what is it getting? It's getting the x. Yeah, I think you would just want to do x and y. Or x and z. Instead. Because that gives you... Horizontal distance. This... Yeah, because I think this does... I'm trying to think why it would only do while you're sprint jumping. Why? X and Z times that plus that. X squared plus Z squared. Why is it only... Trying to do the math. X and Z. Wait, if I just walk in a straight line. Perfect straight line. Ask GPT. I'm good, man. Oh yeah, going in a straight line doesn't do it. Wait, no. Never mind. That's weird. Why is it only when you're jumping up? It doesn't even use Y. I don't get it. Whatever. Yeah, that's probably something to look into. Ground speed is not quite calculated exactly as it should be. Let's see if there are any other ones I could use to test. Oh, there's verticals. Oops. A vertical speed. Try using a speed potion. It'd do the same thing. Let me try to use verticals. Well, no, I know. No vertical speed should work. At least we know the mulling itself. Yeah, that's true. That's working. It's just some of these queries. Need a little movement direction. No. Is sprinting. Oh, that's good to have. Is leashed. Is angry. Cardinal facing. That's actually okay. Time of day. There's so many things you can do. This returns the time of day divided by 2,400 ticks. So that's going to be one. Oh, a double 0. Yeah, that's going to be a percentage 0 to 1. So what we can do for just fun, because we know that that one's kind of working, but it just, this ground speed is not great. We can do time underscore of underscore day. And now we can make the jumping. Did I already forget what that was? Yeah, okay, I got it. Now we can make the jumping the dashing dependent on the time of day. Just a bunch of random cool stuff you can do. Good thing I actually spent time thinking or looking into the mulling stuff, because I would have ended up doing a lot of redundant stuff. All right, so we should be able to jump farther depending on the time of day. I think at midnight it goes, or nighttime it goes way faster. Time set, night. Oops. Night. We should jump a lot farther. Oop, I can't tell. Let me try to go here. All right, so there. We go up to like there. What if we set it to /time set 2300? It should go even farther. Boop. Yep. That's cool. You can make the Moon Knight guy stronger at the nighttime. Who would have thought? Did I just go sideways there? I think I did. We're just going to pretend that did not happen. Whoa, why does it do that? Is it... Huh? Why is it going to the side for no reason? Weird. Switching perspective changes the movement. That's weird. Oh well, that's a bug I don't care about. /time set day. Game rule advanced time boss. Okay, so that's cool. Let me write down vanilla queries and Palladium queries, because that's something I definitely want to make sure I've documented and such. I want to make videos about how to do this stuff too. It'll be really nice. So now we don't need that because we have an instance. Let's do vanilla queries and Palladium queries. Oops. I can't spell that word. And I guess I can also add my own queries too if I ever thought of any, but you got pretty much all of them. For the most part, any of the useful ones. Wait, I can make a quirk factor query. So then anyone can make anything based on quirk factor. Whoa, that would be a way better way to do it. Because then anyone can make anything scale, and I don't have to do it. Or maybe people would want me to do it. I don't know. But yeah, I kind of want to make a new query for the quirk factor. How hard is it? You just need this. There's something to register custom query bindings. Well, I figured there are. I assume it's in the it's gonna be inside of. I know where this is. Registers. Nope. Mix in power ability query superpower power instance. You know what? We just search. Oh yeah, here. You're registering the whole thing here. Register Molang queries event. Yep. Right in front of my face. So we just have to make one. I kind of want to right now. It's another side quest, but it'd be kind of fun. I'm doing it. Abilities, client commands, GUI, network. You can just go in a new folder. We'll call it queries. Right click, new Java class. We're just gonna copy the same name. We'll do what? Your Hero Academia queries. Oh my gosh, I can't spell queries. Boom. Then this extends context. Objective. Object value. Copy paste. Vanilla queries. No, not vanilla. In mine. Object value. Where's this imported from? Is that a Molang? Oh, a Mocha. Team.unnamed. Weird. Wait, is object value something you defined? Go back. Oh, can't find it. Oh, it doesn't even know. Well, I don't think we need that. We're just going to ignore this for a second. We do need to put it on the event bus so that we can actually listen for the event, the register event. Academia.modID. Hello, Kenper. You might have to declare the Mocha dependency in your Gradle if it's not available. Wait, what? This is, oh, oops. Mod ID equals. Okay, so yeah, this is unnamed, and I'm guessing we gotta import it. I'll just check. Yep, okay. Build.Gradle extends implements object value. We got to go into here, and we need to. Let me just Google what it is. My guess is it's going to be in here. We need dependencies. It's going to be looking at Palladium's build.Gradle, because I might as well just see the dependency name. Mocha. Here it is. Implementation Ziggy the Bird. Mocha floats. Yeah, that's what I was doing. That's what my Googling it entailed. Opening up the repository. Custom Molang queries. And then it's going to be sad because we need to find Ziggy. I'm good, Kemper. Let's see. Do we need the repository? We do. Where's that at? Repo. GeckoLib, Jared, ModMaven. Those are the accessories one. Is that all we need? Implementation. Not, oh, there it is. Wait, no. Ziggy the Bird. Where's this coming from? Who knows? Is the add-on canceled? Not yet. Maybe. I need the player animation library repo. Oh, I have to actually download it. Oh, wait, no. It's in here. Player animation. Red Lance. This guy. Repositories. Red Lance Minecraft. You should know where it is. Repo.redlance. I haven't seen this guy's repo before. Let's paste it in. Wait, not there. There. He has his Mocha floats, multi-use. Okay. This guy does a lot of the important stuff. A lot of the important stuff. Is this error from just now? 531. Or was this when I ran it before? I don't know. We're just going to run it and see. Oh, wait. Object value, import class. All right, perfect. All right, so we have this. Basically, we're going to do a temporary thing. Let's see. Okay, so we're going to subscribe to the Molang event. Static void. Register Molang. Just copy this, might as well. And Palladium, this is my mod ID. Your mod ID. And this is not Palladium queries. This is going to be your Hero Academia query. That's too long. Queries new. Then we make a new query. Your constructor, I mean. It needs an entity context. And that's how you know who they're referencing. So we're going to need to grab this variable up here and just define it. That's basically the entity that all of the queries is assigned to. This is 1.21.11. Brand new. Why are you mad? Context. Oh. Context is equal to context. Boop, boop, boop. And then a map of functions. We really don't need more than one Molang function because, well, actually we might. Because I could do stuff with the body system too. Make it so that yeah, because that would make it easier to do the body parts. There's a lot of uses for this. This dot functions dot put, and then we got to put in the new function and most likely a reference to the actual function. Yep. So we're going to do quirk underscore factor and this, and then we'll just say, I guess just quirk factor. Factor. You're looking near the start of the stream, and it looks like he's moving it to 1.21. Yep, moving it to 1.21. How are you going to do that on Palladium? Palladium is in the process of being updated to 1.21. So it's not, like, release ready yet. There's still a few bugs here and there, but my goal is to try to get it done close to whenever it releases. And basically get out a library that people can use to start making other quirks. So I'm going to have all of the systems are going to be ported, like the stamina system. The genetic experimentation is going to get worked up or reworked. The quirk factor scaling stuff, all that's going to be done. And the idea is I take all of the abilities that I've done before. So inside of my quirk lib, I've got all of these abilities that I've created. There's a lot of them. I'm going to try to generalize them a little bit, make them more useful for other people to use, and then just release this as kind of like a library to use for other people's quirks. So I still plan on releasing the quirks that I've made and making more quirks in the future. But I think I'm going to go along the lines, or more along the lines of like Fists and Alien Evo, where there's kind of like a marketplace inside of this mod. In there, I'll have supported like mod or like featured, I guess, add-on packs that people have made, and then you can kind of just build your own Your Hero Academia. Hence the name change. But this helps for the fact that I'm too focused on all sorts of other things that I get distracted and can't finish quirks. So doing this will prevent me from, or preventing the mod from making progress, because other people can make the progress for me. I'll just lay out the groundwork. All right, so we're gonna do new binding. Just quirk underscore factor in quotes. And this is going to be public int quirk factor. I don't like that these are underscored, but should probably keep to the convention. Return. And this is going to be where I return the actual data from the entity. And before I was using that, or I was using capabilities to store stuff. I'm not sure if that's the go-to anymore for NeoForge. I'm not 21. Because I know now there's like data components. There's the tagging's a little different. I gotta figure out how the best way to store data is gonna be. But until then, we'll just do the very logical thing of returning 4 for the quirk factor. That's pretty much all you need. I think we need this get function too. Looks like he's got a specific return value for the animation timers, most likely because those are not exactly simple strings. But we can just do this. Actually, we just want this one. Boop. So we're going to public not null to guarantee that it's not going to be null. And we can do that because we've actually returned we're returning or forcing a value, essentially. Non-null string, and that parameter here is okay to be non-null because it can't be used with that one. Return. That looks good. Depends. For single data fields, you can use data attachments. For complex behaviors, you can use capabilities. Data attachments, that's what they're called. I got the name wrong. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm going to move the quirk factor to just a simple data attachment. And then maybe keep the body system that I have as a capability so then I don't really have to change too much of it. The body system and the stamina was using a capability. Okay, so this is, I think, everything. Well, we need to call the... No, we don't. I don't think we even need to call it. Oh, no, I think it's... Wait. Implement methods. What did I forget? Get property? I did not see that. Get... Scroll. Palladium also allows you to create data attachments without code using JSON. Wow, I don't have to do anything anymore. There's just no point. Return null. Okay, that's all that does. I'm going to put this at the bottom because it's useless. Boop. Is that just with, is that new? The data attachment thing with Palladium? Or is that something that you could do before? Because I knew before you could do like the property stuff. I never knew how to do the property stuff. So that's why I couldn't teach anyone how to use the property stuff. It's new. Okay. Wanted to make sure there was not another thing that I didn't know existed. I'll have to look into that because then I can make it. They're essentially replacing properties. Gotcha. Performance-wise, are they any better or kind of the same as properties? Or yeah, there's probably not much of a difference. Context is assigned but never accessed. Oh, well, that's because I have to use it. Definitely better? Okay. And then I'll maybe have to figure out how to do one of those too. Well, I definitely have to figure those out because I'm gonna have to teach people the everything real, all the real stuff. What was I doing? Oh, I was making sure this query showed up. I don't think because we use the event bus subscriber here, we don't have to register anything in the constructor. I think we're good. So I think we're good. Let me just double check. Palladium. Scroll down here to this. And we just search for queries. Yeah, okay, we're good. So let me try to change this now to use the new query dot work factor. Yeah, because if I do this, people can scale however they want. It should just return 5. Or 50 constantly. Let me put in a test here to make sure that it's actually working. And just output it. Strength value, we don't need that. We need... Oh, wait, yeah, we do. That's exactly what I want. Strength value is just this. Run. Can now use the... Oh! Not... I need the mod ID. Scroll. Palladium. You can use... So how come then yours is... Oh, because I wasn't using Palladium ones. That's why. Okay. I was going to say, how come I didn't do Palladium.timeday, but it's not, because it's technically not. Well, you still implemented them, though. If I go to vanilla queries, scroll up, Palladium. Oh, you just registered it under a different namespace. Gotcha. Boop, boop. All right, so if we run this, it should say, like, oh, why did you crash? Scroll. Let's see. Type integer is not assignable to float. Right. How about I add a .0? Get wrecked. Oh, wait, it's because I do this. And this is an int to float, but this should convert it. Wait, but does this have to be, the 10 might have to be ahead. We'll see. I think you need to change the type of your query function to double. Currently, I'm going through and experimenting with the new Palladium features, trying to get things like scaling powers and stuff working without doing as much work as I did before. But basically, it's we're just making a dash ability that did not like that either. Let's see. You meant the function from your query class. Oh. Oh, yes, right. Float. We just have to be careful then that ability register. No, query. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Double. Quit complaining. 4.0. Why is there a wall climb ability? Why isn't there a wall climbability? I think there's a wall climbability, actually. Boom, look at that. I think wall climbing was there before. I don't even remember. Why? What is your problem? I think now it's mad because it's, I'm asking for a float and I'm giving it a double. Type integer is not assignable to float. But I'm not doing that anymore. I promise. I promise it's a double. Go back here. I think this is still mad. It's a little cranky. Bad type on operand stack. If you add D to the 5, let's find out. Dash. Keep. Go back. Boop. Boop. Maybe it's for sure a double this time. Have I tried? Yeah, I tried making it integer, and that was the problem. At first, it was an integer, and it complained that I was trying to put an integer in a float. And now it's complaining that I'm trying to put an integer into a double, even though it's not. It has clearly a 0.0. It crashed again. Let's see. Type integer is not assignable to float. So type integer. I'm not even using an integer anywhere. So I'm going to try changing it in here again from float to double. Well, why does it say it's an integer? Is it auto casting it to an integer? Because there's nothing it knows? Let's see. There's too many things. Okay, close all of these. Get out of here. Go away, go away, go away. Go away. So let's try. So this is 4.0 D for double. So let's go here. Let's change this to a double. And let's put a D here. In fact, we don't even need to do that. Let's just do this. Can you cast it to an int somewhere in the, or do I cast it into the queries class? I didn't think I did, but let me check. We can get rid of this. Done copying from there. We put the function, this there. Nope. Nope. And no, I do not. We'll see if changing the, nope, that still didn't work. Is it mad in here? Because is it getting, I have a log statement after it's used. Bad type on operand stack. Trying to see if there's anything else. Okay. Get as Boolean reason type integer frame is not assignable to float. F21. Stack integer. Type integer frame stack. Get Boolean. Get as Boolean. Is it inside of here, maybe? Just check, make sure there's nothing here. This is just a regular codec. Static value float is the value there, but that shouldn't matter. And then all we do is get it as a float, which again shouldn't matter because this is float. Why is it trying to make a Boolean supplier? I don't know. Let's make, go back, boop. Value of this.functions.get double quirk factor. It's just doing what it wants. It doesn't care if that's right or not. Palladium fixed. So relatively new to computer science. It's okay. Just kind of guessing. When it doesn't logically make sense right away, all you can do is just guess and try. You gonna crash again? It did. Why? Bad type. Still same error. Type integer is not assignable. I just want to know where it's trying to do that. Get as Boolean from the Molang function implement Boolean. Let's search Molang function class. Nope, that's not real. It's based off of Java? Yeah, it's a Java mod. Yes, I can. Boop. Let's see. Hash map 185 event bus collectors. Okay. Unique map collectors. Is it in the documentation that it's getting mad? It might be. HTML builder.84. HTML builder. Hey, go back. Oops. It's about some Molang condition, apparently. I don't know where that's coming from all of a sudden. Let's see. Do we do a documented page? Where do the queries get? It had a line number. Event bus 84. 84. Nope. I think it's delusional. Documented page, get documentation, add document Molang condition. Alka floats. System. So did I just need, let's see. Get property. Let's open up the where did it go? I'll do the vanilla queries. String actor count. What do you use these for? Is that for documentation? What are you using the constants for? Find usages. I don't want to download sources. Oh, I can't download the sources. Because where you make the documentation for the queries here. Is it dying? I bet it is. Right click. Just for easy reuse. Oh, okay. Rip. Entity Molang string. Wait, so it's not, it wouldn't be in here, it'd be in. Oh. Well. Compile, method have. Interesting. Minecraft crash reports are just so helpful. Bad type on operand stack, location, runtime, boolean supplier, get as boolean integer. It's not, nothing's impossible. It's just probably some strange interaction at some point. core mods. Let's see. Collectors, hash map, documentation. What if we just skip it? Because when do the queries get reloaded? Because I'm not even using this at this point. Float. Because what if I did this? 5 times this. Is it just mad at the registering of them, or is it mad that I'm trying to use it? How are you making the mod if Palladium isn't updated? It is kind of updated. Magic. Okay, so it's crashing when I'm not even using it. So that narrows it down. It's not an issue here. It is an issue in maybe how I define it. So let's just double check here. Let's just double check. Event bus subscribers. Do you like a test version of it? I mean, it's on GitHub. It's not a secret, but yeah, I'm just working on a test version of it essentially. It might be a Palladium issue. Let me double check and make sure I didn't do anything suspicious. Go back to here. So the event bus subscriber, got that with my mod ID. You have all of those things. We have the context and the supplier string, supplier map. And they might not have implemented that yet. The Lootcraft guy is the one who would have implemented it. It's he's the one who made it, or made Palladium. Vanilla queries. Get quirk factor. I know. This one. Context is set. This dot functions not put. We do that. This functions dot contains key name. I just copied this. Value of supplier. And supplier is redundant. That get name, get value, otherwise no value. Get property returns nothing. And then we just have the bindings for the quirk factor, which just returns. I mean, maybe do I need to specifically cast this? Double? Maybe we just do that. See if that makes a difference. It's your lucky day. I wouldn't say I'm famous. Subscribe. He was the one who made Palladium, not me. You gotta subscribe to him. And then subscribe to me. Just because. Still crashed. So yeah, it might be an issue with the old Palladium. But where, I couldn't say. Do I have Palladium cloned? I think I did at one point. Oh, there it is. HIJLMNLP. Do I not have it? What? I guess. Oh, no, that's not it. Oh, there it is. I'm blind. New window. According to the logs, it's crashing because of the mulling condition. I think Palladium doesn't handle the extra query binding well. It's possible. Very possible. Maybe best to disable it for now. You can look into it tomorrow. Gotcha, but I am curious though. If you find this, like, I agree I should probably stop because I'll get distracted forever. But I would like to know what happened because it's interesting. Palladium bowling. Yeah, because it would probably be in the in this customization. Conditions. I like getting distracted. Wait. Pull. Push. No, not push. Update project. Okay. Hey, wait, there's the data attachment stuff. Power. Ability. Superpower. Ability. Unlocking. Enabling. Why are they separated? Superpower. Power. I don't even remember what I was looking for. Trying to encode its documentation example. You could try seeing what it does. The Molang condition. Boop. Let's see. Documentation is done down here. Entity, add documentation. Let's see. So that's just the regular Molang condition. Query here. There's the Boolean query supplier. Stream connect. Boolean query supplier. I have too many things open. This one. I wanted to see what it said. Current stack. Boolean query supplier as Boolean. Event-related documentation. But when does it... Collectors. But why does it care? Palladium. Stop mocha.compile this Boolean query supplier class. Get as Boolean. I'm getting distracted reading. I need to stop. Mocha.compile. So it's basically, it's probably failing this, right? Oh no. Mocha.compile. Should hop into VC together. He's busy. Also, I don't know how much longer I'm going to stream. And it's not my problem to fix. It's his problem. I'm just interested in looking at it. That's all. String reader code. Interface type class F. I'm going to look at the compile. Oh, that was what I was at. String code. Final class interface type. Still going to reset mod at 10K. We will see. I definitely want to get the alpha version of the 1.20 version out. So I'll work on that. Yeah. Condition of forgetter. And he's in bed on his phone. Yeah, it's not that important to get fixed right this very second. Field of milling. Okay, yeah, I should stop getting distracted. I've now said 8 times as it keeps distracting me. So let me just comment this out. Let's see if it will run if I comment out that. Or if I have to comment out the entire register function. I hope not, because I don't want to delete it. I want it to be here. Single player. Really? Just let me load a world. Well, I guess it's possible it's bugged on that world only. That would be kind of funny. Getting into no. I'll try that. And then if that doesn't work, I'll just comment it all out. No need to get it to work. Nope. Well, goodbye, function. You weren't needed anyway. Not yet, at least. Imagine it still didn't work after commenting it out. That was a joke. I didn't mean it. Please, take it back. What in the world? I commented it all out. Wait. It's all commented out. Excuse you? All right, this is what we're going to do. We're going to delete the documentation folder. Get out of here. Maybe it's just evil. Maybe it's just bad. We'll get rid of that. In fact, who needs a Palladium folder? Just delete the whole thing. Please work. The queries are evil. They're not to be trusted. Huh? No. Why? Is it still the same problem? Yes. Get as Boolean. Current. I'm not even using it anymore. That's crazy. So let's see. So this is all commented out, so it shouldn't be running. Maybe we do a little, where's that rebuild project button? Maybe recompile. Wait a minute, let me see if I use it anywhere else. I used it in Dashability. We could do a get as float, which is just here. Static value. I mean, I could comment this out temporarily. Just not use it whatsoever. I'll change it back to... you know what? Let's just comment this whole thing out. I don't want to get rid of the other thing. So we're just going to comment this out. We're going to cut these out. And there's no possible way. Oh, wait, there's more. This is very drastic, but I have to make sure that nothing is causing the problem. Now there's absolutely no... Oh. Absolutely no way this could possibly crash. If it still crashes, it's cursed. It's been poisoned. Please launch. Okay. So maybe that world's just corrupted. We'll try a new world. If that doesn't work, I'll rebuild the entire project. If that doesn't work, we throw the computer out the window. And it still doesn't work, well, that died instantly. Okay, is it still the same problem? It's cursed. For real. All right, rebuild everything. Maybe recompile too, just in case. Okay, no build. This is wild. Yeah, you're not the only one who's confused. This does not make... What? Come on. There's... All right, maybe we read more than just the last part of the log. Maybe there's something else going wrong. Have unfortunately not been watching the stream for a while, but how's it going? Well, currently it's not going well. It's just dying. We were almost onto something great. The beta version of Palladium. Anything in here? Nope, it's still back to condition serializer, Palladium, number data attachment. That doesn't matter. Exception caught during firing event. Bad type on operand stack. But you're not even running this. So how can you be bad type on operand stack? This is crazy. Shall we play a game? I wish Minecraft, but you won't even turn on. Okay, so there's something else that I messed up. I could see it maybe it's something wrong with the dependency. So let's take the dependency out. Whoa. Don't be so dramatic. Well, if this doesn't work, I have no idea what to do. I mean, I could delete these things. Latest preview version? It was latest as of yesterday. And it was working all day. Literally until 3 seconds ago. Oh, wait, did you just update a new version? And now it's just having a panic attack? Okay, I commented this out and it's working. So maybe we just comment it back in and it fixes itself? Let me check to see if I'm using the latest. Boop, 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 boop. 1.20, 1.20, 1.20, 1.20, 1.20, 1.20, 1.20. Lots of 1.20s. Yeah, I'm using the latest. Oh, I didn't push spin on the elephant. Play. Are we going to work today? Sir Electro will. Please. That's so strange. This just doesn't work anymore. They didn't get an update in the past 2 seconds that broke everything. Right. Let's find out. Red Lance. Mocha floats. 4.1.0. They have a 4.1.1. 4.1.2. So it's Gradle Java dependency. Yeah. Is there a reason you picked 4.1.0 out of all of them? Let me just change it to 4.1.1. Might as well. Let's just see. Just removing the dependency for now, and you can look tomorrow to what causes it. Let me try updating it first and see. Oh yeah, now at least I know how to fix the thing. I could always too rebuild the dependencies. Mod development. Hightail. That version was the most up-to-date when you made the mulling stuff. So he's gone through that many updates? Does it say when this was released? He went from 4.0 to 5. I wouldn't think that this is... I wish it said when this appeared. Oops, don't download it. I'm going to go to POM, sources.jar. Just going to download it all. Oh, well. Are you going to run? Please? It does work if I update it. Oh, weird. Oh, no. What if I go back and uncomment this out? You're gonna work now, right? Oh, wait. I was uncommented. You. Uncomment. Uncomment. I'm sorry I commented you out, I promise. I'll never do it again. 4.0. This guy. Can I just Control Z? Boom. All of it's back. It's like no one ever left. Comment this. Boop. And ability register. Boom. All right, this is ready to work. That one version number is all that separated it. We have to think positively because if it's not, then I'm going to go crazy. Or what will happen is it'll corrupt this version, this dependency, and then, ooh, had some PTSD, but it's working. Let's see if I do /superpout /pout Palladium superpower add. This one uses the Molang. Okay, it didn't do anything. Wait, but is it because it's ground speed? What? 11,000? Molang, oh. That would be 11,000. I like how I didn't move anywhere, though. Why didn't I move? I should have been launched 11,000 velocity. Did I comment it out or delete it? Nope. Strength value, it's still there. All right, let me try to use it. It's going to be YHA dot. Oh no, I already forgot. Is it dot? I think it is. Dot quirk underscore factor. Oh, I hope so. Please work. If this works, I'm shutting off the stream. I'm buying a lottery ticket. Come on, you can do it. We should get 5 or 4. It launched. That's better than what was happened before. Palladium superpower add. Oh my gosh, it works. Yay. Why does it go to the side sometimes? Stupid dash. What are you doing? Why do you do that? Hello? Is it because my body is shifted that way? I don't know. I'm gonna have to debug that later. But it seems like changing it to 4.11 or 4.1.1 is the move. If not, all the way to 5.0. Ooh. This is wild. What's also... this is making me so mad. Why does it do that? I don't know. I have to... Is it because my... Why is my look angle not shown in this version? F3, shift, profiler, pie charts, ping hidden. Nope. I don't know why it doesn't show look. Oh, there it is. Weird. So I can't see the look angle when in third person, so that's kind of useless. But I'm guessing it's because Does the look angle move? No, it doesn't. Then why does... Whatever. Who cares? Yep, I will let you know. Thanks for the help. I'll definitely be experimenting with some of the other features, and I'll let you know if I notice anything strange like this was today. But I appreciate your help, and thanks for stopping in. I just wish this dash ability would not dash to the side, but that's okay. The to-do for this, I think, is going to have to be Toto. We need to normalize the... or adjust. Adjust the vector of the pointing straight up. Pointing straight up jump, because if we... this was so long ago when I talked about it. But basically, if we're looking straight up, well, if we're doing a vertical jump, B, all of our all of our vector is literally, it's just straight up. So when we multiply it to scale it, there's no left, right sort of deal. It's all just focused up, basically. So we need to fix that. And it's only when we're a certain angle above, I think it's, what is it, above 15 degrees or above 10 degrees maybe? Because I don't think 10 degrees does it. Well, it is actually 10 degrees. It might just be above, zero. Yeah, it is. So I need to adjust that. But other than that, I think the dash ability is done. I don't have to have it scale based on the quirk factor, because using the new Molang query here, bloop, here, my bad. We're able to just bake in the scaling based on quirk factor directly into the value for these. So instead of having to do it in code and then people can't control that, now they can explicitly say how much they want it to go up based on their quirk factor. So if they wanted it to be like they get an extra 0.5 based on their quirk factor, they can do this and then like +1. So it defaults to 1, but then they get a boost of 0.5 per every quirk factor that they have. And that's really cool because that means I don't have to do it for every single ability, because that was actually getting annoying in the 1.20 version. Was I wanted to have everything be scaled based off of this value, but the problem was I had to essentially pull it every single time, and that was really annoying. So now I can just make anyone do it. And this also actually now works for Palladium abilities that exist too, which I didn't even think about. So we don't have to worry about things like if we wanted to say, let's see, what's a good ability in here that has something? Opacity. Well, invisibility is kind of dumb for this example. Okay, there's not actually a lot of abilities here that use values. So I guess healing. Here we go. It's like this amount of healing you can now change based on quirk factor, which what we would have, assuming that healing accepts a value, actually, which it might not. Some of them don't yet. And if that's the case, I just make a different version. But still, the fact that it's possible to do it, and even in the future, is really good. So I think that's going to be it for today's stream, because that was a lot of stuff. To summarize, the mod is not dead. It's just updating. And it'll probably be out faster than... Like, I plan to work on it as much as I can. I would say expect it around the release of Palladium 1.21.11. Hopefully that doesn't come out in like a day, because if it did, then yeah, that's not happening. But I plan to get it out as soon as possible so that people can start creating with it. But yeah, thanks for everyone's help. Thanks for watching. and thanks for your understanding. And I will see you all later. Bye. He waves to the camera as he slowly reaches for the button to cancel stream. Oh, the button's on this other side. He's moving it down. And boom.